Thank you for all showing up and showing out. I'm so glad. So glad that y'all can show up and show out. And we feel about to get this started. Copper Tone, I'm glad that you're in the building because it's a song by Ice Cube, right? Called Bird in the Hand is More Than a Bush, at the time when Bush was president. But he took a clip from Sesame Street, and it was Big Bird. And he was like, he said, I'm cleaning out my old nest, and I ran into an old book of poetry. And that's exactly what happened with me. I was going through my shit, just going through them, you know, because every now and then I comb through them because I know it's a lot of lessons missed. And the ones that I did overlook to see with the lesson, I did add some shit in there. So in hindsight, it was a good thing because it was almost like I got 6 shows in one goddamn stream. And with that, I stumbled upon some shit. And what I stumbled upon, well, I'm finna go ahead and share it today. That's the reason why it's titled the way it is. Got these dudes irate from the P. Now, if you put P with the irate, of course, it's pirates. Pirates are always saying, give me that loot. And me being who I am, I'm a bad, bad boy. I'm a bad, bad boy. But before I get off into this stream on Copper Tone's panel, on Copper Tone's channel, before I do that, there's 2 things I'm going to do. I want to play one more hit, but I want to do this before I play this hit because early bird catches this worm. You understand what I'm saying? For the 7 million people that are here, trust me, be patient. And I'm going to play a little clip for you. I want you to pay attention to the words that are being said because Didac is responsible for this. Only Didac got Sanchez to switch his whole entire philosophy. Didac is the only one that got Sanchez to contradict himself. My 193 subscribers and growing put a chokehold both on Sonetta and motherfucking Sanchez. Now, I'm finna start focusing on Sonetta because he's an aid and an abettor. But let me mute up and listen to what this motherfucker had to say.
Now, what is the Taurus field? Nation, each. This right here. The Dogon called it the cosmic egg. And I want to say something today that's probably going to shock Sonetta.
He want to say something today that may shock Sonetta. Sonetta don't give a fuck what you're saying, and nothing that you're going to say is shocking him, for the fact that both of y'all are snakes in the goddamn grass. But what Sanchez is really saying, he's using Sonetta vicariously by saying he really mean everybody else. Listen.
Brother Sanchez believe in a globe.
What the fuck? What the fuck he just say?
I know what y'all thinking. I thought he was a flat earther. Man, I believe in a globe.
I'm finna play this shit again, and I'm gonna leave it for the early birds. This is for the early birds, because I'm gonna do a whole stream on this motherfucker. I'm gonna break this whole stream down. Trust me. Trust me. But with that being said, for the 7 million, let's hear that shit again.
I don't know what they. Brother Sanchez believe in a globe. One called it the cosmic egg. And I want to say something today that's probably going to shock Sarnetta. Brother Sanchez believe in a globe. I know what y'all thinking. I thought he was a flat earther. Man, I believe in a globe. I don't know what they told you.
Yes. Yes, we gon' dig, man. We gon' dig in that motherfucker there. Yes. With that being said, let me play this motherfucking song, because this is what I made niggas do. Listen to the song. Listen to the lyrics. Exactly, Linda. Listen to the lyrics, because Didac is the one that made these motherfuckers do this shit, boy. I'm trying to tell you. Let me mute up. Let me mute up. And let me play this song that fits the bill.
And figure eight when I drive, look up your rope in the sky. For all my buddies that died, we can't do nothing but strive. So bring the struggle. You want a silver spoon in your mouth, you gotta hustle as I take another hit of the split. That's so just passing, the only chance I get to feel peace. I gotta have some, so see I spark the holler a lot. It keeps me going, baby boy, you steps ahead of his death. And mama knowing, so she's saying, baby, change your ways. But I was raised in the days of Uzis and AKs, where killers play the daily game, called the pistol tag. It's let me live, I ask. But if you caught in the cross, then I'ma up your ass. Young nigga that's trying to have a better things in life. He went from crooking and rooking to jugging overnight. So try to say he ain't right, or who's to say that he's wrong? That's why you starving, and the name of this song is Get Some Get Right. You need to get some get right. They choose to run their whole life. You need to get some get right. They choose to run their whole life. I try to tell my young partner to take a look at his life, but he don't like I was looking because his money ain't right. And getting high as a cop is his way to escape to ghetto heat in the streets where it ain't no peace. He's staying fast on his feet, cause the rollers be chasing, and if they nap you with that D, it ain't no use in explaining, cause they gon' slam you on your face, or you off with a case, and in the belly of the beach you straight tucked away. But he don't hear me dough, he rather slang the dough. Until that day illegal business got my folks smoked. It got me feeling like it ain't no hope for black males. If you out there in the light, it's either jail or it's hell. See, jail is what they send us to, and hell is what we living through. So get some get right is what you better do. Better do, better do, better do, better do, better do. You need to get some get right, 'cause they choose to run their whole life. You need to get some get right, 'cause they choose to run their whole life. Now back in 90 1983, we played as kids in the street. Never thought in 96 I roll my strip toting heat and play a funkin' with the fans was never fun to me. But man, the rollers trying to take the hood from under me. Haters come with jealousy, but they ain't fading me. None too busy macking by my bail and trying to make 21. Some of my buddies didn't live to see the big 12-8. And I be damned if I go out like a sadistic today. So I'm gonna get right, get my gang tight. Hustling on the mic, now my name's in lights. Me and my buddies was broke, but not no more, man. They got us sashed out, so there's no more cocaine. Trying to show my folks just way more. Till I can just bang it and hit it, licks and selling dope. Playboy is almost 2,000. Beat the game getting colder. And if somebody asks you, tell them make more touch it. To get some air right, 'cause they choose to front their whole life. You need to get some air right, 'cause they choose to front their whole life. You need some air right. Who'll be choosing to front their whole life? You need some air right, 'cause choose to front their whole life.
Them niggas need some get right. Remember Can't Get Right in motherfucking Life? The movie? That's who them niggas is. Can't Get Right. Because them niggas need to get some get right. Because fools, they choose to front the whole life. I remember that debate. As a matter of fact, Linda, I would like to toot my horn on this. I sparked that up. Because remember, Huey was a flat earther. I was participating on Huey's panel, and he came up with a whole different philosophy in terms of what considered to be curves and not on a flat plane. So he felt like he was meeting people in the middle by calling it a body. Because a body in dimensions, right, is cylinder, it's circular. But you have areas where what you got parallels, or they would call it rectangular shaped. Because your thoracic area, which is your chest area and your stomach area, right? Considering the waistline from your stomach to your back, because they consider that by inches. That's the reason why they put a ruler around your waist to measure your waist. But in that, you got what you would consider an irregular shape or irregular triangle. I said triangle, I'm sorry. An irregular square, which is like a rhombus or a diamond shape, those things of that nature. But considering human beings on the size, on a waist size, because it don't have any edges in terms of you actually being shaped like a box. But let me tell you, I know some women who are shaped like boxes. That means that they out of shape, they out of whack. But with that being said, in a normal case, what I'm trying to say is, okay, let me see if I can. It's more like this, right? Right. If you're looking at a human being's, I'm just saying a chest area, right? Something like this. All right. In this general area right here, right, the waist can be real thin, but it ain't no edges, so it usually That's a nasty drawing. Let me get rid of that. Because if you look at a human being from the side, right? If you look at a human being from the side, they are not shaped like no square, but they do have that elongated, right? Right, just if you're looking at a human being from the side, that's how it looks. So that's where the satisfaction where Huey was trying to get up in that. Now, considering a woman, right? A woman got a big butt, just say if this is her butt and these is her breasts, right? And here right there, and arms right here. Right. I'm assuming I think I'm trying to draw her laying down. I mean, that's the best way I could do it in terms of that. You got to excuse my drawing. In terms of that, that's how it would look. These are the breasts of the woman, right? This is the butt of the woman. So consider it's flat as you reach this part, and then you got to go around. Then her head, her shoulders go around, wrist goes around. This is her waist. It goes around, her butt goes around. But you got areas like her back. The back is flat. You know what I mean? Her back is flat. Her stomach is flat, right? Even in the thigh area, but the thigh area is kind of big too, like, because that shit curves. It depends on what kind of woman it is. For a woman, they call them thunder thighs. If a woman got big old thighs, then no, that shit ain't straight at all. But some women thighs are straight. Like if they lay straight on their back, it looks parallel, but it ain't parallel. But that's the argument that Huey was pushing. And I understood Huey when he was pushing that, right? And he wanted to challenge Sanchez about it. Y'all got to excuse my drawing, but with that being said, wow. With that being said, let me share this screen right here. So when Huey was talking about the earth being the body, just imagine the human body. That's what he was talking about. So he was trying to meet the so-called globe and the so-called flat earth in the middle by explaining that. And that's what it was. Check this out, y'all. This was on like I said, I was going through my motherfucking nest and I bumped into my old book of poetry. But I was going through my shit and I bumped into this. It was hilarious because I totally forgot about this. Because it was in the midst of one of my lessons, which I would like to challenge Bobby Knife on his knowledge of music, because he put a challenge out there for producers to produce music or whatever the case may be. I myself wouldn't even remotely entertain that challenge, because I would love to educate him before even remotely trying to entertain a challenge. But I want him to open up a discussion between me and him, because I'm going to open it up. This is not right now, but later on in the trough. I want us to open up a discussion discussing what he know about really what he know about music, besides the sound that it makes. Besides the sound, besides the frequency, what does he know about music? And what I'm saying that because when I was running across this stream, it made me think of him, because I was talking about the origins, the cosmogony of music. and how it got reintroduced to the European. What do they say? What does it mean for them to have this saying, especially in drum writing music? In drum writing music, because without the drum, you dead. That is the motherfucking heartbeat of all music. That is your major percussion outside the piano. But other than that, I bumped because I was doing some lesson and I stopped giving lesson and I went off into a string that I totally forgot I participated on, and it just brought nostalgia. So what we finna do, we finna go through this because I want to show you the patience that Didac really has. And when Didac is not getting muted, watch how Didac behaves in terms of that. And trust me, I was having conversation with belligerents. When I say belligerents, I mean they are beyond what you would think that Sanchez is in terms of disseminating information. These motherfuckers are much more worse, but they participate on other people's panels. And considering that on this glorious day that it is titled, Grandee, Florida. This is on Copper Tone's channel. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to play it unsolicited so you can hear it up to the point. It is a 2-hour stream, which is not too long. So please, people, don't go, just don't go nowhere. Eat your popcorn. Listen, it's going to get very, very interesting. And with that, these dudes are irate from the P. That's me. Didac. I am the P, the Prodigy. I am the P and P Funk. And I had my lessons called the P Funk in the beginning. And I see it was kind of like not having momentum, or I was still in the beginning stages of this. So maybe I can reintroduce the P Funk classes, which stands for Prodigy Frequency that is unknown. You understand? And with that being said, I am the P in pirate that make these niggas irate, because I'm the one that says, give me the loot, give me the loot. I'm snatching them up. You see that Sanchez is running for protection. He's on Sarnetta right now. Sarnetta is aiding and abetting. He's allowing him the platform to go ahead and heal himself up because nobody else can do it. Love Zay, Philly OG, they destroyed. I destroyed them platforms. I'm coming for you, Sarnetta. You next, nigga. You next. I just had a laser focus on Sanchez because he is deemed most dangerous, unlike other people in their stratagem, right? If I know I can beat the motherfucking head, I will go after that. Now, other stratagems is this. You clear off all the bullshit off the board before you start going for the head. We all know who the head nigga in charge is, and that's Sarnetta. So I took the second best motherfucker off the board, which is Sanchez, in terms of the pseudoscience that is put out there. Unlike other people, they scamming. You got your scammers, unlike the pseudoscience. And Sanchez is also scamming too. But with that, let me go ahead and shut the fuck up and hit play. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to push it up to where Red Squid came up. Right here. Let's go.
He just, you know, he him. But let's get it. Appreciate the presence, man.
Yeah, appreciate it. Definitely coded as usual. I mean,
no, I'm trying not to code it, man.
Really? Okay. Yeah, drop is a miserable weasel. And he's always been a miserable weasel. The older he get, the more miserable, the more weasel he get.
Let's pay attention. That's Red Squid talking about Sir Drop calling him a weasel. Let's move forward.
And I just think people need to wisen up and actually, you know what I mean, see CEO for what he is, man. He a weasel. But that's my personal opinion. I don't really care. Yo is irrelevant. For real, for real. Yeah, what it do in Florida, man? You see Grand Florida. Okay, now. I didn't listen to what you were saying. I just hit the link, bro.
Nah, man, it's all good. I was just getting my little verbal exercise in. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It ain't nothing heavy, but like this this information. Yeah. Go. Yeah.
Oh, I was just wondering, what did he like mention your name somewhere or something?
Yeah, the likeness of he said it. He said, I guess what he have issues with, you know. But I just said that you pawn the HOTC and shit like that, but I ain't going too heavy. But you know, they at the borderline belt with shit. So
well,
I was coded.
Yeah, it was.
What we know or think we know about people, it's at that. So
and then you're dealing with people who think they know people.
Yeah.
Like, who got time for that? You feel me? Yo, and you know, people be out there spewing the most erroneous type concepts, trying to act like they know somebody and all this other shit. That's why I keep my fort on lock, man. You motherfuckers ain't gonna have no ammunition to talk shit about me and mines and shit, motherfucker. You feel me? I don't like them type people, because when they ain't got shit, that's what they revert to using, some personal shit, if they know about it. You feel me? But whatever, man. He a troll. He never be in your chat, so what the fuck does he know about what you saying?
Cause it's all secret. I mean, they got private eyes. Hey, I love it, but a bitch like perfect.
Yeah, we know they got spies, little worthless little spies. We see them around. You feel me? We know their names and shit. We still say peace to them and shit. For real. They ain't about nothing though.
No, it's all good.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. You know.
Damn. I got it, man. Now I better wait till next week. I told Calico, I called him and I told him this, but I better wait, man. Just so happened, I'm at the mine working, little subcontract. I ain't on with the mine, but how about these gypsy stacks? You know those big mounds of just dirt that sit on the outside of whatever property that the mines are mining. That's called gypsy stack. Man, those mixed up with, just like gypsies are mixed with gravel, rock, stone, and all that. Those are the byproducts of what they're mining for. You know what I'm saying? And shit. Yeah, I'm like, man, that gypsy. So Egyptian. Like, everything's going back to if Egypt was over here too.
I wouldn't know why they would call that shit gypsy stacks. I wonder what the history on that is.
That's what's fucking up the water aquifer. All right. The pressure, I mean, the fucking weight, that's like probably millions of metric tons that's just sitting on the.
I'm letting it play because I'm gonna get to the point where Red Squid is fit to try to call me out, because I'm in the chat room, and he calls me out, and I come up there. So I don't want to take nothing out of context. So I want you to hear the conversation between Red Squid and Copper Tone and what's going on. First, you heard Red Squid just come straight in talking about Sir Drop, because obviously Sir Drop got punked by Sanchez. And we was trying to tell fucking Sir Drop, dog, you look bad getting punked. All right. Now, with that being said, he feel like that he should add his 2 cents in it. Now I'm letting it play so y'all can get context. So I won't take it out of context. And with that, let me shut the fuck up and let me play.
The earth, but they done dug in so many areas mining that it's weakening. That's what's causing the fucking sinkholes in the water aquifer and or shit. Because look, the water aquifer is the water that sits under the water table. You know the water table is like a level down there. But all of that, the clay is the barrier. So what they doing out there, they had to pump a bunch of concrete into this hole to fill it up, and then they try to put it back how nature had it. All clay is a barrier that keeps the water in place, man.
So what exactly is the mine you working at? What they mining?
Fertilizer. But that compound, that phosphate, is used in all the chemicals, though. I will, bro. Yeah, Miami, Florida. Man, all like in the fucking heartland of Florida, man, they just walk those fucking big ass drag lines, walk them from like one area to another, just fucking mining. So it's only so much they could do. That's why the going green shit. But and I found out talking to a dude, Will, man, they shut somebody down. The black dude, the Buffalo shooting. Man, they killed the dude in 1988 that created some shit like that. And then as he was having a heart attack, man, they done poisoned me. So what, they'll buy it and then shut it down, and then shut you down if it don't fit they agenda. You get me?
Yeah, that's serious. It's like Men in Black type shit, shadow government, alien force that swoop in and just commandeer the scene and shit.
Yeah, because it don't fit they needs. I mean, at the time, because they it's pockets in it's pockets all in the Gulf, but it's literally oil everywhere. Pockets of oil and shit, man. They're crazy, man.
Well, they must have needed to draw up a crew to be able to do that type of shit, like a whole population. The logistics in the situation is like, man, this whole confidential secret sectors of things everybody do on a regular basis, like a government trucker, a government miner, a government driller, a government government work crew and shit.
Yeah, because cause what? Right on Providence Road, the state of Florida have different mining little sites, but it's not gonna look like that type of mining. Like they got something bored in the ground and just pulling up samples and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Busy. Still doing that shit. Meanwhile, we got a president that shake hands with nobody. You know? And I think that the government is situating itself outside of the presidency while we got a demented, senile president. They just working all around him doing shit. Who knows? When the next president get in there, shit gonna be secret from the president. Whoever be the next president, if it ain't Trump, that motherfucker gonna be another Jimmy Carter. Just sit there and smile.
You said Jimmy Carter. Oh my God, man. Reagan,
You know,
oh my God. Reagan and them just tapped into what he had going on and then just brought that into his they shit, man. That
yeah,
fucking Jimmy Carter was a fucking just a smiling. He ain't never talked to nothing really.
Right. Man, it's messed up. We can't even trust the people. Like, you know, I understand the situation they might be in, especially the military, where they can't depend on the presidency's intelligence. So they have to do things on their own and prepare shit on their own to go outside of him. But if there's a new president, they might be situated in a way where they're going to keep the secret, so they're going to be separate from what the president know about. Like, that's just a potential, man. You know,
yeah,
like they just so used to doing their own thing that they don't know how to share information with the president like they supposed to, maybe.
Yeah, so cause like you bringing this up now, it's just so happened that Ronald Reagan, vice president, was the former head of CIA, which like royalty because of the Doing brothers and Bush father. Man,
Right.
that shit there was like just kept and kept and kept. Nixon helped keep shit, the Watergate, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Secrecies and shit.
Right. That's off the heels of Johnson and the assassination of Kennedy.
Ooh, man, there's so much shit on Lyndon B. Hell yeah. The smoking
Texan.
gun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Lyndon B, man.
Mm-hmm.
A fucking bully. Like
right, a cowboy bully. That.
Yeah. Handpicked. Yeah, he had fucking side children and all, man. That motherfucker there, man. He looked it though. Hell yeah. Illegitimate children and all. Yeah.
Huh.
Marlboro man Johnson. Shit, and do you think to know that probably shit that Johnson wasn't around 500 years ago either, huh? John either, huh? John, Jesus, Judas, none of them. So he mad, huh? He got a melanated name, huh? He mad. I'm gonna have you niggas voting Democrat for the next 200 years.
Yeah, LB Johnson do sound like some hood shit.
Yeah. LB Johnson, man, that sounds like LeBron James' uncle, huh? LBJ. I mean, what his is just changed around. So what? LBJ, yeah, that's LeBron James.
Wow.
Not so melanated uncle from Texas. Dallas. Oh, Dallas, bro. Dallas, they don't even talk about Dallas. That was on my mind the other week. Yeah, Dallas was based on the Bushes, probably, huh? JR, huh? Who was JR? JR got shot. Remember? That was the biggest thing in the 80s. JR got shot. Who shot JR? Dun, 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 dun,
Who was
dun,
JR?
JR from Dallas.
The show.
Yeah.
I get it.
Oh, yeah.
Cowboy
Remember,
hat.
hey, Larry Hangman was his name, but he was in IG Dream of Genie. That was based where? In Florida, huh?
And that's who Jeb Bush at.
CIA, still NASA.
Be so mean. Like, listen, it's my critique of your work.
I pushed it up, right? Because I don't want to bog y'all down with the talk they talking about. So I'm gonna push it to this point right here. I'm gonna let it play.
And listen, mind your business. That's all. I'm not gonna pick
Oh,
on nobody.
No. He picked up the pink slip that Serdar pawned. He was there at Cash of America when Serdar pawned the likeness to HOTC. That's what that is. Hell yeah, shit. He got the pink slip.
Well, this is what I say. I heard his interaction with bro Sanchez, and I'm gonna tell you like this: that was very lackluster. With all the shit talking, yeah, I heard it. Listen, with all that tough talking about what you gonna do, when you was up there, bro Sanchez died at the gun. I have to admit that if you did well, I'll vouch for you, but I don't think you did well, bro. You did not bring no type of heat. You just kind of just complained about how people treat you, and basically gassed yourself up, talking about you said, bro Sanchez, you're scared of me. I'm like, yeah, I would be too. You kind of creepy, brother. Like, is he gonna say something about this information? Or
Mind you, Copper Tone is neutral in terms of how he controls his panel. He don't mute. He don't throw motherfuckers to the back. Watch what happens when Didac steps up. Because first, this is one of Sanchez's best students, Red Squid. Red Squid, I don't know about his debating because even upon me first meeting him on Root Words channel, seriously, I met him on Root Words channel. No, it was Root Words, it was Noble Noof and somebody else and him. It was on Root Words on this channel. And I went up there and destroyed them on who they think Noble Drew Ali was. I the one that brought people to the awareness about the affairs or the fairs that happens in America, the conventions that was happening in America in the 1800s, because they was bringing Eastern culture to the United States and it was introducing it. So I've been showed that, and I crush Red Squid on that improv debate. Now here we are full circle, and I'm finna come up here and I'm finna handle this shit like a real gentleman handles this shit. Now he's obviously Copper Tone is not going to sway. He's not going to be biased. He's not going to cut motherfuckers off, even though he interjects in the middle of it. Because this again is, we ain't debating, we having arguments. But watch how I argue, because that right there is a direct reflection on how I can debate. If the debate is set up professionally, oh, you will hear a slamming presentation, slamming. But because it's so improv with these bum ass niggas, it tends to go unheard because you got a lot of disruption in the background. But like I said, I'm going to go ahead and let this play, let the music play, and I'm going to shut the fuck up.
was you going to just make everything personal? What you should have did, Didac, was go ahead and you should have had this written on your little dry board already. But when you attack or when you meet up with Bro Sanchez. Right? But you didn't. And I don't know, it may be that you was nervous and you was kind of like, you're not good with on impromptu type concepts. But yeah, yo, I think that shit got dished off to Weezang 365, and that was the end of Didacticon.
Hey,
Like,
man,
you got to
come on
use your
up here,
time
Dot.
wisely,
I
brother.
ain't gonna let them run the moat. Hey, let's try to get this up to 100,000. Hey, they'll come in now when it looks like it's a civil war between the fucking sleeper cells. So come on up here if you got time. He says, Red Squid, you mean nothing to anything
meaningful. Why you gotta be so mean? Like, listen, it's my critique of your work that you did with Sanchez. After all of that, I killed Sanchez.
Let's get it.
I destroyed Sanchez. What happened? I ain't hear none of that.
I'll shut up. Let's get it.
Can we get a standard? What's up, Dot? Are you planning a part 2?
Hey, don't get mad at me, man. That
I could be mad.
Well, don't get mad. Don't get mad.
If I really wanted you to go in and you didn't, I could be mad, but I'm not.
Okay, with that being said, don't get mad because Huey made me a member, and then HOTC Brandon solidified the membership. Mind you, this is 5 months ago on Copper Tone's panel. So you can say between 5 and 6 months ago that this conversation is still being had today. It's still being had. And if I'm like I said, I'm going to dissect for only for the early birds. They heard it. The early birds heard it. They heard it. And with that being said, I'm going to dissect that whole entire strain. Trust me, I'm going to dissect that whole motherfucker. And I'm going to break it down to its very last compound. So with that being said, looking at this, because I refuse to participate. You know what I'm saying? I was getting texts. I seen you texting me. I ain't ignoring you, but I'm in the middle of mine, but I'm keeping my ear to the ground to what's going on over there. But I'm going to critique that shit later. I usually don't critique unless I participate on a panel. I'm not participating on that panel. He told them are two demons at work. I'm just letting you know that. Them two devils at work, and they are living up to their status as agents of confusion. They are living up to that status. But at this particular point in this stream right here, I come up and you heard me. I said, don't get mad because Huey and Brandon made me an honorary member. Like I said, this was 6 months ago, and the shit is still kicking up dust right now because you know why? Didact momentum and Didact numbers is scaring the fuck out of these people who holds the attention of 100,000 plus. Sonetas, Sanchez's, even people who got thousands of subscribers, and I'm talking about the Philly OGs. I think he's going to refuse to let me up every time. He's going to use that excuse every rip. He's going to use that excuse. I ain't letting you up because when you had my name in your thing, nigga, I was just up there 3 weeks ago. You contradicting yourself. You just don't want to let me up because you are totally stripped ass naked. You are totally stripped ass naked, and you can't hide behind Sanchez. And Sanchez trying to hide behind Sonetta. Sonetta, I know I'm a small channel. I know you probably not going to even hear this shit, but I am going to put it out there in the world and in the air, dog. You are not bulletproof when it comes to Didact. You are not bulletproof, dog. I'm going to shoot straight through that shit. It's going to melt that shit like butter. So prepare yourself, dog, because I'm coming for you. Because I have enough history dealing with you to focus on you, nigga. Just like with fucking Sanchez. I tried my best to have dialogue with y'all motherfuckers, but y'all don't want to hear no truth to power. It seems to me that you want our people to be still stagnated so they can keep hitting your donations instead of us coming to fucking together and making ourselves a Harley Davidson. Now we into small engines like Alan Bradley. What the fuck is going on? You begging fucking polite for a goddamn news van. You was begging that nigga for that news van and never bought it. Never bought it. He gave you the money, but you never bought the motherfucker. Now look at you broke down ass nigga. You just sitting behind your goddamn desk, dog. improv ass fucking debates, improv ass, just like he got the one going on right now, improv lectures that don't mean shit and is confusing the people. People went up there with legit questions, and why in the fuck are you kicking them to the back because Sanchez said so? Oh, because this is Sanchez show. Then why hold it? Tell him to do it on his motherfucking panel if he is not willing to take the questions after all that bullshit he spewed. Fuck you, Sarnetta. I'm coming for you next. But right now, I'm in the midst of killing these other cronies because they looking for my attention. I'm finna give it. Like I said, I was in my archives and I stumbled across this rock. It's in one of my titles that is actually an educational part. But I digressed and started talking about this stream that I'm talking about now, right? I'm going to give you bits and pieces of commentary, but it ain't going to be the same like I did on the 1E and right? And I know that sounds non-familiar to you because I think I only got 55 views on that motherfucker, but I'm going to reintroduce it back to the people and hoping the people will watch it because it's very educational. Very, very educational, and you can take it and apply it. Like I said, I want to direct that to Bobby Knife and have this discussion with him about music because I know he don't know shit about music. Because if I introduce the 1E and to him, he'll be better in beat making automatically. Or he can go look it up himself. I'm a horse. Not a horse. I'm a man that led a horse to water. Now I can't make you drink. 1E and 1E and A is 1E, the anthrop, or you can write and the word in there is the anthrop. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but it looked like a letter. It looked like a number 8, but it's an and sign. It's called 1E and that is a count of 16 when you're doing quarter note beats. But you do them by default. It's just like how, what was Nick Cannon's character in Drumline? D or J or some shit like that. He went by a single letter name. I forgot the name of his name. But considering that, thank you, Linda. Considering that he knew how to play the drum, but he didn't know how to read the music that came with the drum. That's where you heard. I hate motherfuckers who misappropriate sayings. Is a picture says 1,000 words and a picture says 1,000 symbols. I don't know why the fuck people are fucking that saying up. But when you're looking at music, those are symbols. Those symbols have 1,000 pictures in it. And those thousands of pictures are saying plenty and plenty words because people don't read. People do not accept music the same. It reads the same, but the exception of the vibration, the frequency is different. I can play a note at 1,000 hertz. You would not receive it the same as if I was going to receive it because I'm vibrating higher, right? Shout out to Sister Amma. With the emotion frequency chart. You understand? I hope she indulge in it. But with that, a person can be in a very low frequency. But if they hear that high vibration music, they wouldn't resonate with it. You understand what I'm saying? So it's a miss with these people who are miseducating you. And I would challenge Bobby in terms of what he think he knows about music. So again, this is how I bumped into this. And I said, damn, I think the people probably missed it considering when they seen the title, they said 1E and or they probably like put their hands up and say, well, I listened to it later and probably never got to it. But with that being said, me going across it, I decided to go ahead and do it. So the commentary is going to be different. I'm not going to give detailed commentary, but I know exactly what happened here. When it does get juicy, I am going to go detailed. So let me shut the fuck up and let's hit play.
Don't nobody care. Listen, I'm not.
Well,
If
don't get mad. Don't get mad.
If I really wanted you to go in and you didn't, I could be mad, but I'm not.
Okay, with that being said, don't get mad because Huey made me a member, and then HOTC Brandon solidified the membership.
Don't nobody care. Listen, I'm not talking about
course
that
you do. Of
faggot-ass
course you do.
club,
Of course
brother.
y'all do.
I'm talking about
Of
you and
course you do. 'Cause
Sanchez.
You're
man.
talking about it.
Not
You're
hoes
talking
on the
about it.
corner. Not hoes
You're
on the
talking
corner.
about it.
I'm
So
talking
of
about
course,
you
of course,
and Sanchez.
I'm shaking shit up. This is what's
Okay.
happening.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah, I'm causing the chaos, not confusion, but chaos. The shit
Okay.
needs to be destroyed. If you go back on my shit, I have content. With that being said, it's a build and destroy moment here.
Okay.
You have to destroy shit in order to build it, especially if the buildings are dilapidated, the fucking foundation is falling apart. You got to destroy that shit. And then you got to build again. And that's what I'm here for. Now, the shit first, the shit as Sanchez is concerned, again, slated and biased. You can't get no more than 5 words off before whole ass niggas like that cut you the fuck off. So it goes distorted. So if you're talking about an improv, I'm beyond shouting over motherfuckers now. In the beginning, yeah, to say the least, trying to figure out, testing the waters, putting my feet in it before I go jumping head first in it, and come to find out this is all what y'all do. At first, it was a level of frustration, and I started stepping back and realizing, no, this is a tactic that they use. That is an actual tactic, and it's so fucked up because when a person is really trying to get information or give it, like they were talking about what Chris Cyphers was talking about he didn't want to get in the,
I don't know.
He didn't want to get in the middle of it. Only thing he come to YouTube for is to give information and get it. From what I've been seeing among this community, like I said, man, it's no coincidence nor consequence that I'm attracted to this to this community. At first, it was high level of frustration.
You've been around for some years, and do you have plans for a real one-on-one with Bro Sanchez?
Yes. I done emailed this dude 100 million times for a formal debate, either on his platform or on the neutral platform. Now that I got my shit going, only this year in 2022 that I've just started my so-called building my page up in terms of content. But he been fearing me since 2018, 17. He been fearing me then.
In other words, since 2017, I've been trying to challenge this dude. I done emailed him 100 times. He threatened me. I did send him my address and told him where I stay at. Come see me. He won't make it out, the motherfucker. He'll come in, but he would not make it out. I know this for a fact, he would not make it out. If he come in asking who the fuck is me, because I gave him my name. It's no secret. It's Omarius Smith. It's no secret. People know who my name is. And with that being said, if he would have come into the vicinity of my neighborhood saying my name, they gonna let him in, but that nigga is not getting out, dog. He ain't getting out. I'm trying to tell you. He is not getting out. And I sent him my address with the confidence that I know who the fuck I am. And here's the irony about it. I know people, and I got people in fucking Vegas. I used to live in Vegas. I used to tell Mental Ninja this shit. Mental Ninja was trying to test my knowledge of Vegas, and I told him exactly where I stayed. Do you know what that nigga said? That means he stuttered. He stuttered and said, oh. Yeah, motherfucker, I know. I was down there in 99, 98, 99. Yep, 98 and 99. That's when I was down there. And with that being said, Let us move forward.
I made such an impression on the people that they gave me a coin phrase name because I came up there as my government name, Omarius Smith, but y'all gave me the name photosynthesis.
And I don't know if anybody been following me since them times. Y'all don't probably remember my government name, but y'all better remember. Now I'm putting a gun to your head, like nigga, you better remember. No, I'm just fucking with you. But y'all remember when they used to call me Mr. Photosynthesis because I brung that up as a process of human beings going through when they're shedding their melanin in the world. I said that's a state of photosynthesis. The motherfucker was like, that ain't real. That's photosynthesis is just for plants. Remember he said that? And then fucking like 8 months later, the nigga had all in his diatribe. Yeah, human beings go through photosynthesis. We are crystal human beings. And I've been trying to tell this whole ass nigga that. And then you got Sister Soul who came along riding the shit out of my tidal wave. She rode my tidal wave all the way to Solar Vision Debate League. Yes. It crashed on Suave Bosses because he was running Simo stream, or it was a stream that it was the after party or after debate, which is called the Argument League. And I used to go up there and participate. They didn't like me coming out of the gate. I'm like, God damn, what the fuck do I say to these people that got them so vexed? Like I know more than y'all, like fuck, because I go to the corner store, go to the barbershop like everybody else in the grocery store. Y'all expect for me to think like y'all? Are you motherfucking kidding me? I'm just as restricted to resources as any other brilliant motherfucker who decided not to sell out. If I wanted to sell out and sell y'all short, I could have a long time ago, but I love my people. I could have left motherfuckers in the dust, never return. But what kind of person would I be? So I'm giving you the information that I do know, and the people that I've been around, because I was privileged and still am, and been around people who actually did some shit in this world. With that, let us move forward.
That's what y'all was calling me, Mr. Photosynthesis. So I made a great impression when I first came up there. Of course, the tactics that y'all use, because at first I thought, okay, maybe I am arguing with a people that really actually think this way. That as the years went along, I said, no, this is tactic. No way in fucking hell that this shit is going without being checked. And when I was approaching it like that, period. I wasn't coming up there talking about fuck you, Sanchez, none of that.
I forgot I was on mute. Sanchez, he don't know shit about Neuralink. When he shows you the Olmec head and that bullshit, he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. This is Neuralink. See? Watch his head. Watch his head. You see? He's programming right now his arms. That's Neuralink, nigga. You see programming? That's Neuralink. Sanchez is a pseudoscience. He just pseudo. He don't even got science in his name. Do you see anything, a big ass helmet on his head? Do you see a helmet on that man's head, but he's controlling his arms from his mind? Let's see that shit again, nigga. Look, he puts them on, right? He shakes him on his shoulder. Watch his head. He's communicating to that neural link to his arms. Fuck is you talking about? What helmet is on his head, nigga? Man, y'all dead in the water, man. Dead in the motherfucking water, dude. Fuck out of here. Let's get back to this presentation, y'all.
That shit. I came up there to dispute information and philosophies. It turned to ad hominems along with him and his cronies because they can't stand the fucking heat. That's all it is. And if they feel like they master teachers being bagged in the corner, oh, you got to calm down. You got a problem. You need to be on Ritalin. You need this. You need that. And they be the ones. They be the ones out of control.
They gonna get on their ushership and hey, calm down. Middlemen's.
So next time, can you just jump in it about the information, because shit get drawn out and lost when you get personal.
Okay, check this out. Hey, Sanchez, I got a challenge with you in terms of, you said that it is only one creator God. I want to.
And that was a challenge a long time ago that I put out there to anybody. I said, I challenge my 8 guys to y'all one. If y'all subscribe to one creator, I will challenge y'all with my 8 creators. And nobody wants to take that challenge. And I challenged that out to Sanchez legitimately because he was going on a whole diatribe about the creator is one and the one creator and this and that. And I said, no, nigga, you are a unit. You know that, right? You are a composite of a whole bunch of shit put together. It's called a unit. That's the reason why you're calling it one, because it's a unit. But you don't understand supreme mathematics. And I wanted to go up there and prove that shit to him, but fell on deaf ears.
I want to have a debate with you on that. That nigga got personal. That nigga was cutting me off. He put in his title, smoke, all is welcome, debates, discussions. He put that shit in his title. I don't come up there with no personal beef. I come up there to expose the dumb shit that he's spewing. And I can catch him in.
That's personal kind of.
No, that's not.
He said that's personal. You see what I'm saying? They don't want to never challenge their master. So if anybody else challenge him, that's that they're gonna feel personal about that when it's never personal. This is scholarship. You go around, you repeat everything Sanchez says. So to challenge that shit is going without saying. You saying it is personal. I tell you what I take personal. Him misleading the people. That shit makes me upset and mad. You fucking right. The emotions, the visceral shit that's in the knot that's in my stomach, nigga. Yeah, is that you misleading the people. So I take that shit serious. Let us move forward.
So what you saying is that title is clickbaitish because
exactly. That's exactly. Thank you. Thank you. And Philly OG did the same shit. Philly OG did the same shit. But with anybody else, if I'm not, you know what, I'm going to leave that one alone. But I'm just saying.
How did you get up there? How did you get up on Philly shit? Was that a private link only?
No, he put it out there to the public.
He didn't. That shit wasn't out there, man. I kept requesting the link and nothing happened.
No,
That's fucked up, Philly. I thought you had a private link going on for real. I said that in the chat so many times. I spammed it, but shit, I wanted to come up and get killed. Huh? You are discriminatory. You are pulling
that's funny.
Discriminatory tactics. I wanted to get killed. Me, the Christ of Florida. You need to make it a way.
I don't think y'all.
Now this
y'all ain't got no smoke with Philly OG.
This can of dummy.
No, y'all don't got no smoke with Philly OG. That's what I'm saying. Not no real smoke. Y'all ain't got
no. Of course, no. You right. You absolutely right, Red Square. Because he's not real. So you can't have real smoke with a fake person. He's fake as a motherfucker. So you're right. You cannot have real smoke with him. But this kind of dummy dude, I don't know who the fuck you,
man. That's all.
This kind of dummy. I put it to you like this.
Talk, man.
I put it to you like this. I know police. I know confidential informants that you. I don't know if Red Square said that he was calling me a confidential informant. Again, I'm starting to learn etiquette here because I didn't know that the finger that points up.
Let me give you context. Somebody was putting in the chat that he's an informant. And Canadami was pointing fingers up and saying that's Didac or some shit like that. So when I seen that, I was explaining to them, I know police and I know confidential informants because I deal with the motherfuckers damn near a great portion of my young life. I dealt with police and I dealt with niggas who snitched on me. I dealt with this shit like literally when I was a juvenile fucking delinquent up to the point where in my young adult years, still committing crimes and whatnot, niggas snitching and police. So I know police. I don't believe, I know the motherfuckers and how they work. I know how snitches work. And with that, putting it into context, when he said I'm a confidential informant, that lets me know that the ignorance either is ignorance or they are the confidential informant, because why would a motherfucker even think that at this particular moment when it was about challenging Sanchez on one guy versus my eight? How does confidential informant plays into this conversation? But let us move forward.
Is the one that they were talking about? I just thought he was saying one up. That's what I thought it was. But I guess the finger that points up is the comment that came right after. So kind of dummy was pointing at my comment talking about the punk police will never find peace on the streets till niggas get a piece. Fuck them. That's Tupac.
Hey.
Right.
85%
number one. And number two,
my day oneers. Hey.
What?
I put in Copper Tone's chat the quote from Tupac on the song fuck, I can't think of the song, but the quote goes, "Oh, you punk police will never find peace on the streets till a niggas get a piece. Fuck them. They pay to control you, pay top dollar for your soul. Real niggas don't fold, straight soldier." All that was not going to fit on there. So I just said, fuck them at the end. And that's when Can of Dummy point fingers up at my chat talking about informant. So I'm addressing that shit because that right there in itself is a trigger word for people who indulge in conspiracy theories and who don't know any better. So when they talking about, when they saying that shit, right? I give clarity in terms of I don't have one to think that Didac is this or that, claiming that he police or whatever the fuck. I don't want nobody to ambiguously think that I'm remotely a part of that shit. I totally separate myself from what they call authority. I have an authority issue. Even at my late age, I have an authority problem. But I know how to talk to these hoe ass niggas. 20 years ago, hothead, fuck y'all, fuck you. Put the cuffs on me. As a matter of fact, I'm finna give you a reason to arrest me. Disorderly conduct, battery, and shit like that. Considering what's already gonna be added on to it. But if I'm just getting pulled over by the police for nothing, oh man, they getting the earful. It got to a point where motherfucker, I'm disorderly conduct and resisting arrest and battery to a fucking police officer. Fool ass nigga, I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. But with that being said, let us move forward.
Let me put a little public service announcement. 85 to damn near 90% of my day oneers are people that I don't know, or it's not what it's cracked up to be. So I think that all of the conscience community has been touched one way or other by Reverend Deacon Sanchez.
Oh, y'all make this man sound like the boogeyman, man.
No,
I don't think it's
man.
that serious, man.
No, but why are everybody so touched? Like this information saving shit.
I don't think people are touched. Talk, man. I don't think people is. You know what? The biggest issue I would say that is kind of clownish with the brother Sanchez is Sir Drop. That to me, that's I kind of think that I don't think nobody should respect his meatball ass. So it's just
you're at peace right now. You're at peace. That's why you're using him as a digital whoopee cushion. You know what I'm saying? Just to take all your real life reality things out on a digital avatar, such as
you know what?
I wouldn't drop out or drop.
I would.
Copper Tone called Sanchez a digital whoopee cushion. That shit was funny. Dog called him a digital whoopee cushion. And Red Squid used him as such. Do Red Squid know what a whoopee cushion is? That's when your ass is sore and you can't sit on anything. I think that went over his head. He might have been thinking of something else. And he told him that you use Sanchez as a digital whoopee cushion. Crazy. Let us move forward.
I wouldn't be that personal about it. I think that he genuinely do fuck up builds. And I think that the little tirades that he go on be just nonsensical and rubbish. And everybody got to wait until he done if they're going to give him the respect of not cutting him off. And it's like a waste of time. It makes sense to cut drop off to me. Because, and you know what? He done got so bad with the shit, he expect to get cut off. And he won't stop talking until someone do cut him off. He kind of like a damaged person somehow.
That's Red Squid talking about Sir Drop.
He's broken. And it won't fix. So, like, yo, for real, I think he fuck up builds. I think his concepts of camaraderie and whatever the fuck he talking, this shit is bullshit. I think he's a fucking clown and a weasel. But that's personal. When it comes to like information or what he contribute to builds, I think he'd be wasting people's time. Anybody that get up there drunk is.
I'm worse than Travis Scott and Kanye West, nigga. I piss on your grave. I piss on your grave. I piss on your grave, Sir Drop. I piss on your grave, nigga.
This fuck for real, just spewing off at the mouth. Like, how many years you gonna put up with that? Well, I guess we all put up with it, but since we get put up with it, can't we talk shit about it?
Whoa. whoa, man, warn me when I'm stepping into.
Mind y'all, ladies and gentlemen, this was 6 months before all this bullshit had came to fruition a few days ago. When Sir Drop Chalk so-called went in on me, calling me an imposter, I'm infiltrating HOTC and all this and that. This is 6 months ago. And I just so happened to come across this archive. Like I said, when Big Bird was in his nest, he found the old book of his poetry. Nigga, and I'm finna hand that shit to you. Piss on your fucking grave. You're dead, but I'm pissing on your grave right now. I know you're dead, but at this moment, I'm being an asshole. I'm being they would consider me to be a punk motherfucker right now. And I'm being a punk motherfucker because I'm pissing on your grave. Just to add injury to insult, but this ain't the point of this conversation. It's between me and Beast Mode and Philly OG on this motherfucker. And then Red Squid is going to try to chime in because he's seen them getting their ass beat. Boy, oh boy, we are in for a treat. Did that rhyme? With a reason. Let us move forward.
To Jurassic Park, because you get triggered about me calling you a dinosaur. So this is back in the dinosaur days.
No, I don't.
When it wasn't dinosaur age.
I'm a pterodactyl. But I'm not a baby Emmanuel Lewis rapper. So I'm confident.
Hey, so what you saying? They're in the land of loss, huh? Copper Tone, they're in the land of loss.
Oh man.
They was before any of us YouTube streamers, huh?
All because Red Squid didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. I'm not going to lose my spot, ladies and gentlemen, but we finna look up something right quick. Because he's stupid, right? I'm gonna go. Let's go to there. Let me put my disclosure up. Cause I'm tired of niggas, dog. He didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. He didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. So here we go. $1974, nigga.
Marshall, Will, and Holly on a routine expedition met the greatest earthquake ever known. High on the rapids, it struck their tiny raft and plunged them down 1,000 feet below to the land of the lost. Come on, get out of here. Come on. Come on, Holly, let's go. To the land of the lost. To the land of the
Shit, no, I'm telling you, man. Let's get back to business. Let's get back to business. All right, I think I gotta dig it back up. Hold on, let me see where I'm at. Oh shit, I think I gotta dig it back up, y'all, because it usually be right back in my history. I don't know why it ain't there. Oh, there we go.
Huh?
Now listen.
They got the old Constitution YouTube.
Listen to what Copper Tone say, and listen to what I say.
Policies.
Baby Emmanuel Lewis rapper. So. No, I don't. No, I Well, I guess we all put up with it, but since we could put up with it, can't we talk shit about it?
Whoa, man! Warn me when I'm stepping into Jurassic Park, because you
Warn me when I'm stepping into Jurassic Park. Nigga, my ears are peeled. Nigga, what the fuck is you talking about? Red Squid, because you're not witty like me, Red Squid. When it comes down to pertinent information, and I can tie it back into the lexicon and where he's getting the information from, because Land of the Lost was long before Jurassic Park, nigga. You just seen it, 1974 is when the show aired, nigga. 1974. 1971, Mama gave birth to a hell-raising heavenly son. Let's move forward.
you get triggered about me calling you a dinosaur. So this is
You get triggered by me calling you a dinosaur. He talking about Red Squid.
back in the
No, I
dinosaur
don't.
days.
No, I don't.
When it wasn't no dinosaur
I'm a pterodactyl, but I'm not a baby Emmanuel Lewis rapper. So I'm confident.
Hey,
I'm
so what you
confident.
saying? They in the land of lost, huh? Copper Tone, they in the land of lost.
Oh man.
They was
You heard him. Oh, man. And I just gave you an illustration of who y'all are on that lifeboat. Y'all in the land of the motherfucking lost. Let's move forward.
before any of us YouTube streamers, huh? They got the old Constitution YouTube policies, huh?
You said the old Constitution and shit. Well, we drew this shit up. No, man,
Here
that's
go
crazy.
a new old. Hey, here
Hey, listen,
go a new old schooler.
How
Y'all
about
shut
this?
up for. Shut up. I'm letting the fucking Godfather in. Shut up.
No country for old men when it comes to the
Yeah.
dinosaur concepts, man.
It's
Like,
the country for this one. Welcome, OG, the Godfather.
Salute, Philly
Smoothies.
OG, big dog. Word
What's
up.
up?
Grand Rising, much love to
Man.
everyone. Power to
I
the
think land of the lost makes more sense, though.
but
Land
you
of
the
the
one
lost.
believing in the history of the
But he,
government.
then
Oh,
drop out there by himself.
Government. You're the one probably jabbed up from the government.
What y'all finna hear is the same shit he been saying. Now, this was 6 months ago. If y'all go to Philly OG's channel, probably right after or it's going to be sometime this week. Anytime that you go to Philly OG's channel, he's saying the same shit over and over and over and over. You hear him come in talking about you jab, no scholarship whatsoever. You jabbed up. That's the first thing he come out with.
That goes to y'all too.
hey, y'all won.
That goes
Oh no,
strictly to Didact.
Hey, Philly OG,
You got
say
a couple of them
something
bitches,
different.
Philly.
Just say something different, man.
I know. Here
Why do you
go
agree
the
with everything
shooters
that
here.
the system says, Didact? You love
There you go. There you go. The same thing. There he is.
Hey, you the
Well,
one
answer
that
it.
rock with the outer Africa theory. You the one that goes with they've been to the moon.
There we go.
Use a space cadet.
I rock with the outer Africa theory. I don't
Much
question the
love, Copper.
government.
Much love, Red.
I
You
believe
already
in
know.
NASA.
You already know, King.
I believe they landed on the moon. I got vaccinated. What else is about me that
You a
people
globe
supposed to
head.
know?
That's
That's
good.
supposed. Yeah, there.
Philly's
I'm a
globe
globe head.
Yes.
I'm gonna add that one because I already
Remember that they say you a globe head. Sanchez a globe head, y'all. Let's move forward.
told y'all that. That's the double whammy. Not only
That's
that,
my
I don't like the information that's being.
I said that is the double whammy. Not only that I don't like the information that y'all flat earthers talk about, but I'm also a globe head. And guess who else a globe head? Woo! We gonna break that motherfucker down. Oh my God, we gonna break it down.
Being spewed, but I'm also a person who knows that the earth is round, but I'm going to say for y'all's sake that thereof, I believe that the earth is round. So it's a double whammy working. But I'm trying to let's put all y'all ab hominems aside and let's discuss scholarship and philosophies here. Because if you keep saying that I got the vaccination and all that shit, what are you trying to do to discredit me? Because that's not discrediting me at all.
You're discrediting yourself when you're going with the system's information. That's the part you don't
Okay.
I am discrediting myself if I go with the system's information. This is the rhetoric that these confusing agents or agents of confusion, that's the rhetoric that they put out. And if you didn't know any better, you would say that he's saying something. But our people over here, we know better than that shit. Let us move forward.
Have I ever joined the army to escape drugs?
You know what?
Or was I? Hold on. Let me finish. Or was I the one that was getting in trouble for selling the motherfuckers and going to jail, in prison, as I was a youth? And saying, hold on, man, stop it. Because I'm finna show you where the rubber. See, that's what I'm talking about. I'm finna tell you where the rubber meets the road, man. Listen, this is where the rubber meets the road. Because when I was a juvenile delinquent, man,
what Philly OG is trying to do as an agent of confusion, because he don't know any better and he can't talk over me. As an agent of confusion, he's putting out there false information in terms of what one should do with his life. Because I was making a comparison, because not only that he was a so-called juvenile delinquent who got offered either the army or jail. Same shit here. I chose jail. You ain't sending me to no motherfucking army. Fuck you. I do my time. But he was stuck with the dilemma. This is where we are polar opposites. He was doing the drugs. I was selling them. So we are total opposite from each other. And with that, that's where we separate, but still was offered the same thing. He have a weak will. So he thought that he wouldn't be able to get himself clean unless he went to the army. But that's besides the point. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows this shit. I'm sounding redundant because we done chewed that shit out. Like we done dissect that shit like to its very last compound. We all know who he is. He almost he's embracing it, but it's secretly, but still done publicly. It's only among his people that he assumed that he's safe to tell people, oh, the veterans got a class action suit. First of all, what the fuck is you doing even worried about a class action suit when you say fuck the government? Why is you even worry about that? Then he gonna try to use the excuse and say, I'm worried about my fellow man. No, fuck you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. And with that, you talking about other veterans making veterans look bad? No, Philly dog, you making these vets look terrible. You're not disabled, dog, unless your hip is your hip out of place. Did you fuck your back up? What happened? Besides the story that you told, and I got a memory like an elephant, you said you was putting up a telephone pole, a wire got loose, and you got hit by that wire, you got popped. You got popped by the wire, but thousands and thousands of volts hit you. I don't know what the fuck it do to you. Obviously, with some human beings, they get hit with electricity and they live. They be super duper human beings after that. They can lift a motherfucking car. It did the opposite to you. You lost your teeth, your hair. Nigga, you was probably a tall, handsome motherfucker until you got electrocuted. Philly OG was tall, dark, and handsome. That nigga got hit with electricity. He shrunk. How the fuck you shrink going into the army and you an old man? What the fuck is going on? The nigga got the hunchback of Notre Dame. Not Notre Dame, but Notre Dame. That nigga, he hunches when he sits. No teeth having. Eat some solid food, Philly. Shit. Let us move forward.
See, that's what I'm saying. This disruption shit.
Your route.
Go ahead. Okay, that's what I'm saying. But this is where the
You chose
rubber.
your route. I chose my route.
This is where the rubber meets the road, because when I was a juvenile fuck up, they gave me the same offering to go to the army, clean up your act, and become a responsible adult. So who is more government dependable here?
Because he loved telling people, you depend on the government. Fuck the government. How can you? Dog, I'm talking about David Copperfield would have a sit down with this dude and say, how do you do it? Philly OG, I can't even fool with people. Man, Chris Angel right now sending that nigga emails right now, inviting that nigga to Vegas. Full buffet, whatever you want. Nigga, best hotels, you don't got to pay for shit. They just want to know how you do that, dog. What's your secret, Philly? That you can tell a motherfucker that you don't belong to something and you got all they shit on. It's just like you got on a blue bandana, you got one in your left pocket, you got on Chuck Taylor's, a Dickie suit, all that shit, and a motherfucking blue flannel on and all that. Talking about, nigga, I ain't Crip. I'm talking. Or you depending on the Crips? Or so he'll say something derogatory like that, like, nigga, ain't you cripping? Like, what the fuck? Let us move forward. And mind you, at this time, beast mode is up here, y'all. This shit gets fun and funny. I'm telling you.
In this conversation.
You?
Okay.
Because you're still pushing.
You're dumb. You're dumb.
You're
still
dumb.
Pushing the You're dumb.
Theory.
You are dumb.
All of their theories.
You are dumb.
And it's
you are dumb.
About it is none
you
of
are dumb,
facts,
man.
But you believe them
You're
like
dumb.
they're facts. That's how stupid you is.
You are dumb.
Somebody going
to
follow you.
That.
Their
right.
theories. Their theories.
Could we get a new? Hey, whoa. Hey. Could we get a new topic with which y'all could
You cut out tinfoil. Hey, yo, the globe thing is a big thing. That is NASA information, Nazi information.
You heard Red Square said globe is NASA and Nazi information. Who did he get that from, y'all? Senor Sanchez. Arriba! Senor Sanchez. He got that from, how in the fuck you have a Mexican name and you sound like you from the backwoods of fucking Alabama? He said his brother name is Martez. Was his motherfucking on a Mexican dude? Oh, you know what? King of the Hill. That's what we have going on here. Is it Bill or Dale? I think it's Dale. He naive to the fact his wife fucked Redhorn. He think his son, he think Redhorn's son is his son. Fool ass nigga. That's what your mother was doing to your daddy. So your daddy was all this time, though, he was the father of these kids, and she was fucking around on a Mexican. He's fucking around with a Mexican dude. What movie was that? Four Brothers? Is it Four Brothers? Not the one with Mark Wahlberg. It's the one with Morris Chestnut and Shamor Moore. Bill Bellamy and what the fuck is his name? Damn, I can't get his name out. He was on the Kings of Comedy. What the fuck? D.L. Hughley. Something Brothers. But that movie, it was a saying that what the fuck did he say? Damn, what the fuck did he say? I'm losing it. I'm losing it. It's gonna come to me, y'all. We have these moments. It's gonna come to me later. Y'all know that. It's gonna come to me later. But with that, let us move forward.
And for you to go along with that is a bad look.
Another topic to not disagree with. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's teachable moments for us. Sorry.
Let's talk about discharges. Let's talk about discharges. Let's talk about that.
What's that about?
It's about a person. I'm gonna tell you.
Discharge. Yo, he freestyle.
Let's move forward.
The fuck out of that, Danny.
Hey, I'm talking about honorable discharges.
Because that's where their mind was. It's infectious, the tickling and the laughing, but I experienced the pseudo Berber right along with them. That's laughing at inappropriate moments, but they actually showed a psychosis, and it was just infectious to me. But I was being serious because the moment I said discharges, they automatically thought about some type of sexually transmitted disease. But I'm going to put it clearly what I meant by discharges, because Philly OG know what I'm talking about. Unlike Red Squid and Beast Mode, they don't know this type of talk because they never been on the level. So they had never experienced being discharged from anywhere. And with that being said, because Beast Mode wouldn't bust a grape in a fruit fight, we all know who Red Squid is. Now, as far as Philly OG going to the Army, the same thing in prisons. They give you a discharge. They give you discharge papers. And with that, that's the reason why I said, let's talk about discharges. Because I'm telling you, if Philly wished to expound on his discharge, I guarantee you're going to see something incomplete in that motherfucker. Something that he did not complete. I'm telling you. They lying. Them motherfuckers be lying, because I caught Sanchez even saying that he joined the Army Reserve. I said, hold on. Whoa. Why would you join the Army Reserve from a motherfucking, what did he say he was in? The Air Force? That's a super duper bust back. Like, you didn't even think about going to the Navy before you go into the Army Reserve? Because, you know, in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the Marine, they all got elite, you know, units and shit like that. And, you know, you got to test high and perform well and shit like that to get to those units, like the Navy SEALs or the Army Airborne or the Marine Jugheads. You got to perform very fucking high to get to these people. Like even the fighters, the Navy pilots that go for the Air Force, those are high-ranking Air Force, but they in the ranks of the Navy. They call it Navy pilots, but people don't understand this shit because Sanchez can't explain it to you, because Sanchez never been that far, ever, in anything. And with that, I heard the nigga said that he joined the Army Reserve. That's a needle in a haystack. Sometimes I can find them, sometimes I can't. But I know for a fact what the fuck I'm talking about, and I'm repeating that nigga. Either I'm paraphrasing or verbatim. Trust me, I'm right. I'm in the vicinity. It may rim and hit the rim, but it's going in. You know how you shoot a basketball, you think you off and shit, and it hit the rim funny, but it still go in. That's this kind of shot right here. But yeah, let us move forward.
And dishonorable discharges. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Discharges. Let's talk about those.
Talking about pimples and shit.
No, what kind of discharge will you receive when you serve in any kind of organization? or you know, when you get fired, you get discharged. You know that, right? Have anybody received what kind of discharge have y'all ever received?
Well, I'm not discharged yet.
Firearm discharge.
Okay, now. Okay, now that's a discharge for that ass.
You heard Beast Mode trying to be slick and talking about a firearm discharge. This is the shit I'm talking about. Let us move forward.
Yo,
Well, have you ever been discharged from prison from having a firearm possession by a felon?
Since that nigga want to talk shit about discharging a firearm, let us move forward.
Dangerous to society?
No.
Have you ever
I've
had,
been
because you
discharged from
get
prison,
discharged
but
from jail from that?
No, not for those particular accusations, but I get where you're going.
Not for those particular allegations.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we're going to talk about something different, I would like to talk about discharges. And I ain't talking about fucking sexually transmitted diseases, for those minds are going fucking to the left.
You're talking about chlamydia at this moment.
Right, that's what I thought he was at first.
No.
Now he
Absolutely
talking
not.
about syphilis of the mind. That's what you get when you put so many impurities in your body. You get syphilis of the
Ooh.
mind.
Okay, now we ain't gonna talk. We're not
Man.
gonna talk about discharge. Okay, can we talk about how motor works?
Can we talk about how you believe?
Nah, I want to talk about how a motor works. Right? They don't want to talk about that.
It's a globe, and a lot of people don't. Can you
Of
just
course,
make it easier?
we can talk about that. We can talk about that.
Didek, just give me. Let's see if you could just give us like maybe a 2 to 3 minute spiel about like a roundabout of how you would attack a flat Earth debate.
You are a 3-dimensional human being. Period. That's all I would say. That's it.
What did that got to do with flat Earth?
Lost in space.
Okay.
Y'all heard Philly OG? We all know that you don't got no teeth in your head, because that doo-doo, where you do it like that, it sounds like your tongue hitting skin and not hitting porcelain. You understand what I'm saying? Or ivory. What are teeth made out of? Bone. We can hear that natural sound when our tongue hit bone when we pronouncing T and H's together like the. Unlike a snagger-tooth motherfucker, you would hear the real hard like you going. So when he supposed to go doo-doo, because his tongue supposed to rest on the bridge of his mouth and scrape. His tongue supposed to scrape his teeth. This is a part of speech, y'all. His tongue is supposed to scrape his upper teeth to give you that do. But because he don't have no teeth, it go through. Listen to him.
Okay.
You hear him? You hear the in there, the you hear that because he don't got no teeth. Not do. You hear that? That you get a clear doodle, because if you got teeth, you can do that. But if you don't got no teeth, it's gonna go. Listen to him.
Lost in space.
Okay.
What did that got to do with flat Earth?
Lost in space.
Okay.
Lost in space, suffering Tash, fool ass nigga.
Okay. Didek, you good with
No, see,
right?
this is what I do, man. I will lead a horse to water, but I can't make it drink. That's all I did.
You don't have to
just
make
lead
them
it to the
horses
water.
drink. let's say if you was
That's
ever if Bro
I can't
Sanchez
make you
ever
drink the
accepted
water,
your
man.
debate, you better have enough water for all the horses because that's what it's for, brother. It's
Right,
not to be.
and it's
It's not
enough
to
water.
have stuff.
That's enough water. You
No,
are
it's not.
you are a three-dimensional being, dog. You're not two-dimensional.
I don't think the people. Okay, so what are you saying? So you're saying
So-
that the flat Earth is two-dimensional?
Of course.
Oh,
Right.
well, no, I'm not agreeing. I'm not agreeing. I'm not agreeing with
right,
you.
right,
You,
I'm just,
you
I
know
just
the
want what you mean.
circumference. You know the circumference to a circle is a straight line, right?
The circumference to a circle is a straight line. You hear this dumbass nigga? He said the circumference of a circle is a straight line. You know what? This is what I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna continue. But let me say this: society as a whole, we have a lot of blame. We got a lot of blame because what happens is this: from the inception of the child coming out of the womb, or even under some circumstances inside the womb, they are learning the language that we know as English language because we're going to be talking to our baby. And the language that we use to talk to our children is English. Now, some parents are totally involved in their children's rearing. Some of them ain't. And we can tell those who are not as nourished as others versus those, because you can find those who haven't been nourished wanting to be nourished, and they will find and be attracted to what can nourish them. Unlike some kids, they are just as hard as their parents in terms of what they think they should be learning. Because the point I'm making is this: from the time you come out of your mother's womb up to 7 years old, you are classically trained in what we know as the English language. There are 8 elements to the English language. I don't want to go through those. Those are redundant. We already went through those. But I want to draw your attention to people who misappropriate the language, because following the 8 elements of speech is the 4 levels of comprehension. Because you can put words together, because those words can come into a sentence, because that sentence can come into a paragraph, don't mean that you are comprehensive, and it don't mean what you're saying makes any sense. You just putting words together. And that's exactly what we just heard from Beast Mode. He just put some words together hoping he would sound smart. And you're going to hear this a lot. Now, unlike Beast Mode versus Philly OG, because he does the same thing, but he'll try to structure his sentence in terms of what he know what to say, because it's scripted. I swear to God, I think the nigga got a piece of paper on the wall reading it as he's talking to me. He got phrases I'm going to say to Didac, phrases what I'm going to say to Coppertone, phrases what I'm going to say to Brandon HOTC, and he got them right up under there. And trust me, all of us, at least 6 to 7 phrases all match with each other. But he got different phrases for Coppertone. He got a little different phrases for me, a little different phrases for HOTC, but all together, he's still saying the same thing. And I think that shit is plastered on a wall, and he reads it off as he's talking to people. He'll go, step 1, you got the vaccination. Step 2, you worship the government. Step 3, you believe NASA. Step 4, sometimes he'll mix it up and shit. He'll skip one and go back and all that shit. Now you remixing this shit, because at first it was an order, and niggas picked up on that shit quick, like Weezy and 365. He picked up on that like fast, because when niggas do keep repeating themselves, niggas can hear the pattern in that shit. And Weezy and picked up on that shit fast as a motherfucker, because at one time he was just saying the shit in order. He was like, you don't believe in NASA, fuck the government, fuck school, burn the Bible. And he keeps saying that shit over and over again. Over and over and over and over again. And now he mix it up now. Now he mix master ice. But let us move forward.
Hey, dig this. What is these pictures that NASA is giving us? Are they real or are they computer generated images?
They're real computer generated images.
Exactly.
Oh,
They've been lying to the people.
No,
for
they're
too long.
not lying. They are real images, but they've been computer generated so they can enhance the exposure. It's just like, I mean, you laughing at no, seriously,
That's
seriously.
the agency type.
No, hold on. Why do you think they put flashes on your fucking camera? Wow. Y'all.
At this time, I'm sick of their fucking stupidity. I'm so sick of their stupidity. I'm so sick of their stupidity. Right now, check this out. Right? Anybody know what shutter is? Shutter time on a camera? I remember trying to explain this shit to these dumb motherfuckers what shutter time is on a camera. So when I was telling them about the picture and computer generated images, they love to think that a person is just sitting behind a computer and coming up with a make-believe image, and they show you what it is just from that point. No, that it doesn't work like that. It's just like if you want to make a Mario, you got a real life composite, because even though Mario is a fake, right, cartoon character, he had 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head, just like with The Simpsons and with Family Guy. But if you notice, they only have 4 fingers, right? They only draw them with 4 fingers, considering whatever the deal is behind that. You know what? That's some shit that we shouldn't be. Let's look behind that. But other than that, these cartoons still mimic human beings in terms of how they look to us, but cartoons nonetheless. They had to take that from a real image to even give you that. So when you talk about NASA and their computer image, where is yours at? Where is the flat earth computer image of the earth? Show us a computer image where it's a fake ass satellite hovering over the flat earth, taking fake ass pictures, and they showing what the flat earth is. Because there are composites out there that has been computer generated elite image, but it's not coming from a real image. It's not of the flat earth, or you pasting it and copying from the earth that is actually taken by NASA, and then you will project whatever that you assume that is happening to this planet in terms of its shape. Because none of y'all can't prove this shit. And then y'all try to shit on NASA, but use NASA composites and all that shit to prove y'all shit. I don't understand that shit. That right there for the life of me puzzles me. But let us move forward.
Shot. Y'all shot is a motherfucker, though.
To scare the ghost away, of course.
Yeah, the boom, boom, boom. Yeah, to scare the ghosts away. Shit.
So
Diane, what is the purpose of either debunking or proving round Earth versus flat Earth? What is
because
when
you start becoming going down to engineering?
And ladies and gentlemen, what I fumble over the word. It's ingenuity, but I say engineering. But let me clear it up, y'all, because you're gonna hear me say engineering, because I was meant to say ingenuity, and then I remember what I was supposed to have said. I was meant to say ingenuity, but I say engineering, but they go both hand in hand. They are hand in hand. Engineering is just the byproduct of a person who uses his ingenuity. The ingenuity turns into engineering. So yeah, let us move forward.
Being
Earth versus flat Earth. What is
because
what's
when
the
you
overall
start
goal?
when you
He asked the question, what is the purpose at the end of the day, having a discussion with flat earth and round earth? And I'm telling you, ingenuity. Ingenuity, meaning this: one model is going to produce science and technology, and the other one is going to produce zealous religious motherfuckers wandering around when space is going to fall, when the sky is going to fall. Because you still haven't told us what keeps the sun up. Since the sun is in our atmosphere, what the fuck keeps the sun in the air? Since the sun is circling around us, there has to be a force behind that motherfucker. And with the force behind it, why is it not crashing to the earth? Why hasn't it fall? Let us move forward.
you start becoming going down to engineering or being damn, what's the word I'm looking for? But it's engineering. When you get to that point, you're going to need a working model outside of what you're creating, meaning this: you look at an ant and you say, okay, if I create a 6-pod robot, it can move just like an ant can, right? So you look at a dung beetle and how they roll the fucking shit up, right? The mind says, okay, a round wheel will work better than a square wheel would. So when we look at shit in nature, we start damn, what's the word I'm looking for? It's still with engineering. And it's still with engineering, but the person becomes that. And when a person becomes that engineer, then they start creating what you call an automobile,
Architect,
an engine that runs shit, brush motors and shit of that nature, blah, blah, spliffy. So when it comes down to the debate between the two, show me where the flat earth model have created anything.
but it doesn't have to. This is what I'm saying.
Y'all heard Beast Mode? He said the flat,
Right? Just like
he said the flat earth don't have to produce anything. No piece of ingenuity or engineering like the automobile, this computer that we own. He said the flat earth don't have to produce that. Hold on.
you can't
Model have created anything.
but it doesn't have to. This is what I'm saying. Right?
Whoa.
Just like you can't prove round earth has discovered anything. Right? It doesn't have to. Right?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that nigga talking about, man? He just putting words together, like I said, but I'm going to try to converse with this shit. Let us move forward.
It does.
It works for both sides.
No, it don't. No,
yes, it do. Yes, it do. Because this is what you call freedom.
Okay, check it out.
This is the whole purpose of freedom. Right?
All right.
You can choose to be dumb than a motherfucker. And guess what? It's a voluntary operation. You see what I'm saying? It's voluntary. Nobody's forcing anybody to think the way that they think. This is voluntary. You have to want to think the way that you think. You have to want to believe the things that you believe.
Hold on, man. Are we talking about round earth and flat earth and what models and shit it's going after? Because the only thing I can think of that the flat earth model is a frisbee. Everybody know how it's everybody know how.
This is out of love, though.
And I mean that shit. The only thing that flat earth has produced And I'm talking about from the times from antiquity to the times right now is a frisbee. Back in the days, they called it a discus. And even with that, they still have to take the concept of the earth. On a record player, the needle don't spin, the record spins. Right? So if the sun and the moon is our needles to our record on here in life, how does that work? That the fucking needle is moving and not the record. See, even with the concept, right, of those who call themselves flat earthers, I can crush them with their own philosophies, as you can see what I'm doing right now. That's the reason why he don't want to challenge me, because I can even use what they assume to be flat. It still is a sphere because of your perception of it. And I can take the example of Lauryn Hill's video, Everything is Everything, because that was a direct artist depiction of where the needle is on a groove and it's telling our lives. But we all know how a record player works. The record spins, not the needle, nigga. So if the sun and the moon is our needle to our life on this planet, we are spinning around. Same thing that goes for a frisbee and a disc. In order for that motherfucker to have sufficient travel, because you can throw it, try not to put any spin on it, it won't travel that far. It'll move, but it won't travel that far. You got to spin that motherfucker. And with that, that works on surfaces, considering if you're talking about flat earth. But I just told him that the only motherfucking thing a flat earth produced was a frisbee. And you can go to the beach and see them motherfuckers all the time. As a matter of fact, they made a game called Frisbee Golf. You can see the flat earth model take place on that. Sanchez, break that shit down and use some sacred geometry on that. Let us move forward.
Oh, bro, what models are you talking about? Because the only person that I'm speaking to is you, right? It's about what you are going after. It's about what you're going after. What are you going after?
The tripod, the fucking, even the robots today that we know of, the dog robots, all that shit, the four-legged shit that they make, all that shit is created from what a three-dimensional Earth has created, not no two-dimensional.
Have you been to the fourth?
Earth.
Have you been to the fourth dimension?
They took the blueprint from the Earth and
have you been to the fourth? Have you been to the second? Right? Doesn't it, in order to get to the third, right, you have to go through the first and the second, right? Right? You have to include the first dimension with the second dimension, right? 1 + 2 is 3, right? To get to the third dimension. You see, back to being voluntary, right? Your thought process is about what you want it to be.
Do you know what three dimensions you talking about?
Yeah. 1 + 2 = 3.
No.
Yeah.
I'm talking about things that are visible.
Yes.
So
that nigga said 1 + 2 = 3, and I'm talking about objects and shit that's physical, shit that got a width and length and height to it. What the fuck is he talking about? This nigga shot is a motherfucker, but let us move forward.
You're flat.
Look, you got two eyes, right?
You're flat. You got two eyes, right? You will fall through the crack of the ground because you're flat.
You got two eyes, you got two ears, you got two nostrils,
I ain't talking about all of that.
Right? But
I'm talking about the dimensions. Dimensions of things that exist are three-dimensional.
It's okay, but that's okay though. That's okay.
Right. It's a three-dimensional plane that you stay on, sir.
A dimension is a measurement, bro. That's all a dimension is, bro. It's just.
I'm minding y'all. Rashard Flat Power pops up to the panel. That's Philly OG in training. I'm letting y'all know that. He admired Philly OG so much he grown a dusty ass beard just like him. That shit crazy in the motherfucker. Rashard Flat Power, you've been compromised with that bit because he be drinking his smoothies. Like, nigga, if you don't eat no solid foods, your stomach is gonna revert back to some shit like a baby gut. Nigga, only thing you can eat now is Gerber and parade food and shit. So I guess, you know, you go Philly OG way, nigga, you will lose your teeth because you ain't gonna have no calcium. The nigga look like he got osteoporosis. He does. He look very, very brittle and frail, just like Sanchez. But we found out Sanchez is a punk. His demon a punk. Demons are usually strong and ill-willed and, you know, self-willed and do what that will type shit. Sanchez is a weak ass bitch. You seen him on Sadnetta, he kept crying to him. Sadnetta, get him off of here. And Sadnetta, boot him off. Sadnetta, help me. Hey, Sadnetta, is your flow flat? Hey, Sadnetta. Sadnetta, I'm coming for your ass. Let's go.
It's
No,
a
it's not
measurement.
no fucking measurement.
Bro, go
You-
look
you
it
know,
up. Go look up the word dimension.
Let me
Go look
ask.
up-
Let me
Yeah,
throw
you got
this
it.
in there real quick, yo. I do not think that there's any official word on flat Earth being a frisbee. So
Again.
if that's your premise,
Okay.
wait a second. If that's your
Mhm.
premise, if the
My
person who's
premise?
debating with you, like that the flat Earth is a frisbee like situation, if the person that you debating and they represent flat Earth say it's not, that could throw a wrench in your whole shit. If that's what you
Okay,
think.
now, did you know that Flat Earth had a committee in I think it was in Las Vegas in one of those hotels. They just had a Flat Earth convention. Do you know that 90% of all the people who represented the Flat Earth in that at that convention had a model of the Flat Earth, and
Really?
guess what it looked like?
What?
Exactly, a fucking frisbee.
That's like yelling at my children, man. Like, God damn, like, you didn't get it? See, he didn't want me to explain that because at this time, Las Vegas was having a convention with flat earthers. All the major flat earthers from Mark Sargent on down, nigga. They was all up there and they all had their model. And all of them was frisbees. Every last one of them. And the question I would ask is, what's on the bottom of that flat earth? Because what I do know on your model, the bottom of that motherfucker is a case. It's inside of a case. But what's on the bottom of flat earth? Like, is it stars down there? Does the flat earth flip in the air like a quarter? Or you know how a referee would tell you to call heads or tails in the air? Is that how earth is flipping? Because if we in space, that is a 8 direction where you can go anywhere you want to, right? Bottom, top, left, right, diagonals, right? Go anywhere you want to. Do we tilt? What is happening here? Let's go to my green. Let's go to my whiteboard because this is what I'm trying to understand here. Let me move this out of the way. Follow me, y'all. Follow me. I'm going to use a square to represent space. And that space represented is just like how this space is around, like I'm doing this, moving my hand. So you flow fluently, space flows fluently. All right. I'm going to do my best to portray the flat earth in this space. Because we know the 8 directions. Now, stars in this space. It would have to be stars it would have to be. It would have to be. It's just not stars. Oh, I forgot one more arrow. It's just not stars going up this way. It's stars on the bottom too. You understand what I'm saying? And on the side of you. All right? You got a vision as a human being on this flat plane. Let me make sure my mic is open. This is you. So you got a vision going this way, this way, this way, this way, and this way. You understand what I'm saying? That's where your vision is at. How would you ever see the bottom of that? That means this what has to happen. That motherfucker will have to start doing this. Now here you are like this. Or it have to do this. And you looking like this. I know I'm drawing crooked, but trust me, follow the illustration. Or you doing this. You back to this way, but you this way. Your head, arms, and feet. Now you're upside down on a flat plane. So how is the earth flipping like a coin? In other words, prime example, right? All the mountains and shit is on top. Is the earth doing this? Is it turning in space? Is the earth turning? I got it all out of the view. Is the earth turning in space like that? Because remember, this is the top. This represents the mountain, the people, like this. That's the bottom of the earth, assuming that we know how the bottom of the earth looks. All this area that I'm swinging around is space. Like, just say this is a star, right? Just say, hold on, let me use this. This is a star right here. This is Earth, right? You pull that down. This is a star. This is Earth. So the star stays still. So you don't see that star no more when that motherfucker turns until it comes back. So is that how the earth is spinning for the flat earthers? Because let me show you how it's really done, how it's really shaped. This was just a quick lesson, y'all, trust me. Or is it this? So when the earth is going around, going this way, we're going to say it goes that way. The man in the earth, just say the man is here. As the earth goes, he goes. You get the view. All this shit, nigga, as the earth spins around, He get to view all that shit. And it stays in its spot. It ain't flipping like no fucking coin in the goddamn air. It's a sphere. You dumbass. He got the same vision you do. The same first. He can view up. He can view sideways. That's diagonal. And he can view this way, sideways. As he spins, he ain't flipping like no fucking coin. It's impossible to work on a flat plane. Or we'll be flipping like a fucking coin in midair. We'll be flipping like a coin literally if the earth was flat. So I guess, the games that we invent in the hood, poor man games when you play in quarters, right? You know how you can pitch the quarter to whoever get closest to the corner or some shit like that, they win the quarter, pitching quarters. So I guess we playing God, and the quarter that we flipping is flat earth, huh?
Okay, so let me ask you this, Didact.
But these weren't elbows.
Whether
Hey,
it's
mic
flat,
check, mic check.
whether it's round, right? Whatever somebody else believe that it is, right? Isn't it yours, right? Don't matter what it look like, right? Isn't it still yours, right? So guess what? While you trying to
Damn, my fault. I think, I just draw some shit. I was just damn, I had it on mute. My fault. Schumann Show, that illustration was for you though. You seen it. You seen it. What I was explaining is something that's not on the bottom. If it ain't on the bottom of that motherfucker, how do you even know? Because that was the model they present. I'm finna draw that motherfucker again. Because I don't think you got it, Schumann Show. This is what he's saying. It's a dome over the earth. That's what he's saying. The stars are outside, and the sun and the moon is inside. This is what you're saying, and it's unmovable. Here's the plane line to give you your space. It goes vertical, vertical. That's all the space you got, nigga. What's on the bottom? What's on the bottom? What's on the bottom of flat Earth? What's on the bottom of flat Earth, man? You see that? The stars that's outside the dome, inside the dome, you got your sun and your moon, your flat plane. Let me draw the man on the flat plane so you'll see what I'm talking about. Let me draw the man on the flat plane so you can see what I'm talking about. What's on the bottom of that shit, Schumann Show? All the stars are inside the dome now. So the stars are inside the dome now. Let us continue to move forward on this shit. Because
argue with people about what somebody else may encourage you to think that it looked like, right? Right? Guess what? They still fucking over your shit, right? Right? It's like arguing who trash can sits outside when the garbage man comes to pick it up the best.
No, when it comes time to reverse engineer, you can't do it on a flat model. So when it comes time to us to reverse engineer some of their goddamn technology, for instance, because none of y'all don't own a fucking jet. None of y'all are Lockheed Martin. None of y'all are Boeing. None of us.
Why do we have to be?
Can I finish, man? Can I finish? This is in order for a person to compete, you must be on these levels. You must know how to turn raw material into refined material. Hey man, let me finish, man.
To be important to you.
All right.
Why do we have to be those people to be important to you? Why do we have to own those things to be important to you?
Because that means that we can get shit done. Even if it's me on a subordinate level putting in the application to come work for your company, that I can operate a bulldozer, or I can operate a dump tank, or I can operate this and that. At least you can provide that for me. But because you're not a Lockheed Martin, we got to learn how to. We have to learn how to reverse engineer, and reverse engineering would take a model. And so I'm just letting you know the flat Earth cannot provide a model to reverse engineer nothing.
That you speak
rhetoric.
of,
rhetoric.
That we don't.
If there was a flat Earth, y'all would be winning in science. straight up, because everything will point to flat Earth in terms of how everything is modeled. From every concept that a person can come up with, y'all will be winning in today's lexicon. So it ain't no secret or no conspiracy to keep over the people as a control mechanism. Get the fuck out of here with y'all dumbasses.
Own that jet that you speak that we don't own. Guess what? That jet had to be made right out of materials that are organic to the earth. Right?
Beast Mode don't know what the fuck he talking about. Is it a secret to make a jet, you fucking flat earthers? Because you think everything is a fucking conspiracy. Who is stopping your flat earth ass creating a fucking flat earth jet to fly over the flat earth, you fucker? Stop lying. Talk about they gonna shoot you down at the ice wall. No, how do you know that? They shot somebody down, you know? For you to be projecting that versus what we all seen and what we all can see if we decided to go to Florida and watch these motherfuckers take off and go to outer space. But you would still put yourself in denial because you would say, it didn't make it. It went on the other side of the world. Man, get the fuck out of here, dog. It landed in the water. With the fuselage, nigga, the shit that they dump off the motherfucker? Or are you talking about the fucking spaceship itself? Because that motherfucker's still flying in outer space. They got two. And check it out. This would be Dread's main pet peeve. Don't you notice they always switch the view of the camera anytime they get to a certain height? So football fake because they switch cameras too, dog. I think they switch more cameras in sports entertainment than anything else. So we can assume that when Stephen Curry throws the ball in, because, you know, when they flip the cameras, that was the time that the dude replaced the ball that Stephen Curry shot, which was going to be a brick. He replaced it with a ball that was going to go straight in the hoop. It's like, here's the camera trick. They won't show the person who's on top of the rim when he drops the ball straight in the hole. But because of the trick of the camera and all the angles that they give us, we would never see the man dangling from a cable who drops the ball inside of the hoop. We just see Stephen Curry shooting the ball. So when we see Stephen Curry shooting the ball and it goes in, we think he got a wet noodle. You understand? Or he got a wet ball. Excuse me. He got a wet ball. You understand? All this time, it was a trick on us because it was somebody dangling from a cable above the rim. So anytime that Stephen Curry shot the ball, he would take the ball and just drop it in the hoop, and it looks fair seeming to us because they cutting the camera feed. Because they got how many angles like in football, basketball, all these sports. So when people scoring touchdowns, that ain't really happen because we didn't see the real angle. That is the excuse Dreads is using. I swear for living God, that's how he's saying it. Because the cameras are cutting angles. It is fake. Like shit. And you know what? Even with the editing powers of the novice filmmakers in terms when they're using their iPhone or their motherfucking Android to make these little bootleg clips, they sometimes do those tricks, right? You will see the obvious cut, right? Because you will see them do like impossible shots, like they'll be backwards, right? Standing on a 15-foot fucking building and the rim is way down some fucking where. You can see the cut in terms of when they doing them trick shots, right? Because some people have mastered that software, and I'm putting that in quotation. So he's saying that is what NASA is using to trick us. So we not only that's happening, then I got to think the other way too in conspiracy, like then basketball is fake. It must be a person like Giannis, his three gotten better. So when he shoot his ball, now the 3 is going in, but I guess some fool, he really still can't shoot it. It's somebody dangling from a cord, hanging over the rim, and they dropping the ball in. And I don't, the reason why the crowd can't see him, because I guess he got on the camouflage or whatever the fuck case may be. I don't know how that shit worked. Green, he in a green suit. I don't know. But that's the conspiracy of dreads.
Right? Right? Listen real closely. Right? There is no place that magically pushes out jet engines, right? Or jet compartments or components, bro. Right? All of
No, they don't magically push it out. It's done with hard work and ingenuity and engineers and people to get the fucking job done, you stupid motherfucker.
that has to be taken from the earth. Right? So
Where else we gonna get the material? Unlike when meteors do crash and asteroids do crash, the motherfucking people are trying to come to see that shit because it does contain rare material. Other than that, we getting the material from Earth, you stupid dumb motherfucker.
back to the original statement. Whether it's flat, whether it's in a disc form, whether it's round, whatever the fuck it may be, right? Right? See, they're still fucking you over on it, right? On your own shit. They're still fucking you over. Right?
But you know what, Beast Mode, it is still a topic though, because I mean these are things amongst the scientific minds that's out here in the world today, where if it is not a globe, that means so much, because a lot of our indoctrination is revolved around
This is what will happen. This is what will happen.
Why couldn't just finish that shit up, real for real? A lot of our indoctrination involved globes and planets, and that offers the ability for people to say, look, there's some aliens from a far, far place. You got it.
Okay, now with that being said, just say if he laid roads, right?
Start over, because you was muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. You was laying roads, like you lay roads down, like you concrete. You do that. You lay roads. So you get contracted all over the world. You get contracted all over the world, right? You know you're gonna have to survey the land, right? Before you get the bulldozing and fucking it up. This is how people learned over the years and years of ingenuity. There's the word. Ingenuity. Woo! I was struggling with that word.
It sounds kind of like it. I mean, Indian, doesn't it? Ingenuity. Indigenous. Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, the ingenuity of people made people travel all over the world and survey the land. So just say, I'm trying to give you
a Schumann show. I'm doing this for you. So I think you should be privileged, because I'm finna do something for you, man. I'm finna do something for you. Now, if it serves me right, it should still be there. It should be. It should be. If it serves me right. All right. This is for you, brother.
I believe in a globe. I know what y'all think, and I thought he was a flat earther. This right here. The Dogon called it the cosmic egg. And I want to say something today that's probably going to shock Sarnetta. Brother Sanchez believe in a globe.
Schumann, that was just for you. I'm not going to play it again because I'm going to have a breakdown, and I am going to have the open panel to break this one down right here. So, Brandon, hold your horses. I know you probably want to talk about this motherfucker today, right? I will even try to work around your schedule to break this one down, because I am going to break this one down. But for the Schumann show, just for the Schumann show, I wanted to play this because for the first 7 million people who had came in my building, these was for the early birds. I played this for the early birds. So now that I got 16 million, according to the number that I'm looking at, now I got 16 million in the building. I just want to remind the Schumann show of this.
I know what y'all think. Egg. And I want to say something today that's probably going to shock Sarnetta, brother.
He ain't talking to Sarnetta. He talking to all y'all. All the people who assumed that he was a flat earther. He's talking to them, not Sarnetta. Sarnetta don't give a fuck. Remember, Sarnetta proved the fact that his floor is flat and he don't give a fuck how big it is. So when it comes time to move furniture and feng shui his house, he'll be stupid and go get a big ass dumb ass couch for a little ass room because he don't give a fuck on the size of his room, just as long as the floor is flat. So he ain't talking to Sarnetta at this moment. See, we break shit down here. Schumann show. And with that, I'm just going to play it one more time for you. What Sanchez really is.
Brother Sanchez believe in a globe. I know what y'all thinking. I thought he was a flat earther. Man, I believe in a globe. I don't know what they told you.
Let me not play anymore, so I don't want to spoil the fucking thing. With that being said, let me share. Yeah, y'all fucking with the best here, boy. You didn't know that? Let us continue on.
A one that is not so much environmentally harmed. They harm the environment because
It's
I
like
see that's what you.
that. Hold up. Let me show you this video, and they might could learn a thing or two about surveying. Hold up.
It better be a good ass video because I was listening.
Scientific part, bro. When we
I don't know what Copper Tone was doing at this particular moment, but I'm gonna push it up a little bit. Copper Tone, I don't know what the hell you was doing, but we was supposed to have been discussing surveying the land, but he gonna try to make sense of that. But with that being said, let me push it up just a little bit.
realize that scientific
Part of construction, but
Capitone. Okay.
So
I see Capitone.
Yeah, that was nice. Very artistic.
it's part of it's part of construction, but surveying. We could tell that most of the bulk of the conscious community probably is in manufacturing and hospitality, because I understand the material makes finished products. You have to survey before you can go into the ground. In the city, you have to survey and know what's underneath the ground before you start digging. You could fuck up some utilities, but that is like the 3D model. So the earth looks like all these mountains and different elevations. Go ahead, Dyer. Go ahead, bro. Let's get it.
But yeah, just to wrap it up, when you surveying the land around the world, I was gonna say you are a gold digger, or you excavate precious metals. When you do that, you go around the world. And when you go around the world, then you will start figuring out how shit is looking in shape. And I swear, 99.9999% of the people who do this work will tell you that the earth is round. I'm not saying 100% because people can be swayed, but I'm just saying 99.99% of the people who does this in the world where we do have our cell phones, because we do got precious metals inside of our phone. They will tell you that.
And also 99.99% of people are not included in the 1% of people that make shit shake.
Woo! That's tough. That's tough. Hey.
That shit didn't make no sense for you to say that was tough. You can't even unravel that shit. Like, what the fuck was that, nigga?
Talk about numbers. So let me ask this, right? All right, so frisbee flat earth is a hard thing to press.
Let me
hold on. These people, did I go off track?
No, I have to say this.
Okay.
Who do you think is driving the trucks? I think we got a couple of truck drivers that be participating, and you know they move material back and forth, rather raw or refined, whether needed or wasted. They still moving. So who are you calling them people? The 1% or the 99?
I'm calling them a part of the 99.
Oh wow! All right, go.
Because Beast Mode was trying to make a point that when I said 99% of the people who travel around the world will tell you that it's a globe. And he was trying to say, no, the 1%, they lying. They know it's flat. And they controlling the 99%. So I said, what about the truck drivers that move all the shit around the world? The people who deliver shit all the way around the world, man. Fuck is you talking about? Let us move forward.
Go ahead, Squid. What you say about the frisbee?
So you said at convention, most of these people had a frisbee concept, and
yes,
like that. You know how troubling that is. That you saying that there was a convention and ain't nobody talk about a tree Earth or a flower Earth with the flat
absolutely
surface?
not. Nope,
So,
they all had the ice wall model. The model with the ice wall.
Right. Wow. You know what that means? That means that the truth is it's the tree flower Earth model with the flat surface, because they're not telling you the truth, and they're going with the psyop, saying that if you're willing to believe Earth is not a globe, then here is all that you have to go off on, which
so
is
the government is kicking up dust for people to argue with flat earthers, but yet they are the ones that's creating the psyops. So we'll be arguing at the wrong shit.
In other words, that flat earth convention that they had in Vegas, the government set that up. For the people who talk about the ice wall, the government set that up. For everybody who follows Sanchez, of course, the government set that shit up. So all y'all are government fucking ops then. All of y'all are government agents then, here to spread confusion. Because if that's what Red Squid is saying, because I thought that was a bunch of individuals who hate science, who decide to create them a fucking cult because they need something to hate. They made science and NASA the number one enemies. And with that, they carried on and they was able to form a group of people or a community, right? That has that drew to that interest. That's what I thought they were. But according to Red Squid, he telling me that they government agents here to cause confusion. Fuck. I'm so good at pulling this shit out of people. It was a good thing that I went back on this, that we went back on this. Because this is what he's saying. Because I was telling him that at that convention, everybody had their model and it was all similar or the same model. You had the ones that had the indentation of the flat earth with the dome over the top, and then you had the ones that had the flat thing with the dome over the top, but all of them had domes over the top. So considering that, they are flat, right? And when I seen this, I said, okay, well, here's a model. It looks like a frisbee, right? Even with their assumption on how it's shaped, their model is still bullshit. This is the point I was making. So Red Squid simply tried to use this tactic to shadow ban, because this is the real definition of shadow ban. He's trying to ban the fact that these flat earthers are not true flat earthers, because he tried to make it. He said he didn't say that they were shaped like a flower and something else. Who in the fuck? The only closest thing I ever heard to the rhetoric, and I'm talking about Huey when he said the earth is shaped like a body, is in that realm. No one said that it's shaped like a flower. Fuck is you talking about? So he's trying to use that in terms of trying to shadow ban. And he's saying that the government put these people in place to cause confusion among the real flat earthers who say that the earth is shaped like a flower or something like that. Because he gave two different shapes that are two totally different shapes. Now, listen to him. We're going to rewind it a little bit and let's listen.
Because the real flat...
To believe earth is not a globe, then here is all that you have to go off on, which
so
is
the
not
government
accurate.
the government is kicking up dust.
You know what that means? That means that the truth is it's the tree flower earth model.
Tree flower earth model. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is a tree flower earth model?
With the flat surface, because nobody talk about a tree earth or a flower earth with the flat.
A tree earth or a flower earth? I said not at all.
Absolutely
surface.
not. No,
So-
they all had the ice wall model. The model with the ice wall.
Right. Wow. You know what that means? That means that the truth is it's the tree flower earth model with the flat surface, because they're not telling you the truth and they're going with the psyop, saying that if you
They going with a psyops, and that's exactly what he think he's pulling. You understand? He think of people are vulnerable. No, motherfucker, the times have changed, nigga. Times have changed. There ain't no more vulnerability. There ain't no more stupidity. You understand? We finna stand on our 2 feet and we finna kick y'all fuckers right in the middle of y'all chest and say, Sparta.
you willing to believe earth is not a globe, then here is all that you have to go off on, which
So
is
the
not
government,
accurate.
the government is kicking.
Since you don't know that the earth is the globe, this is the only thing we gonna make you go off of. Man, get the fuck out of here, Red Squid, you fucking agent of confusion.
Picking up dust for people to argue with flat earthers, but yet they are the ones that's creating the psyops. So we'll be arguing at the wrong shit, because the real flat, this is what you're saying.
Yeah.
You saying that entire thing is a government psyop. So if it's people like me, a glober, who's going against that, I'm arguing with the wrong flat earth information.
Yes.
Oh,
because
wow.
it's like it's like a double snare, right? It's like who we gonna pick, the red or the blue, but both of them work for the purple, right? So when they give us the globe model and the frisbee model, both of these models is wrong. Therefore, people gonna stay in a hamster wheel.
He thought he had something going, all because I was able to describe what he would think he was doing, because that's all he was waiting on, for a person to actually break down so he can solidify what he think he's talking about. That shit is crazy, dog. You can hear me going, Man, dog need to be ashamed of itself. The government created the flat earth community with the ice wall. The government created them. This is the same government that's telling them that they can't get to the ice wall. Yet alone, we're gonna create you a model that has the ice wall on it. Like, wow. Wow. So General Iceberg, whatever the fuck that Hendingberg, whatever dude name is, I guess he was a government to fuck with our head as a globist to make it seem like that when he went on his trip to Antarctica, he was really bumping into the ice wall. Wow. It's all a government psyop. So whoever got the real truth on how the earth is shaped, they need to come on with it, because it's neither flat or round according to the people who can't prove themselves otherwise, because they all flat earthers.
Okay, so I'm gonna go with Lance then. Lance, y'all probably don't know who he is, but he said the world is a pyramid. So I don't.
Lance is a debater on Solar Division Debate League. He moves around. I had a discussion with him on Outside the Cubes, because Outside the Cube, like the way I broke down Sanchez shit, and he told me to come up to his panel, and I participated. And Lance came up there, and he had his theory on what the flat Earth is. He said it's shaped like a pyramid. He said Earth is one big mountain. That's what he said. Earth is one big gigantic mountain shaped like a pyramid. So I don't know where you get on top of the earth. Maybe because the highest elevation is what, the Himalaya mountains. It's one of those mountains who got the highest elevation. So wherever it meets, reach right there, that's our apex on top of the earth. So if you had super bionic vision, when you get to the top of the peak of that point, you should be able to see the whole entire earth from there. Because all it takes is elevation, right? Because that's what we would tell you to prove the earth is actually a sphere. We'll tell you to get up so high, you got to get up so high. And then you will actually start seeing in perception how the earth is shaped. Because once you go down to it, you don't see that shit no more. If I take you in Chicago in the downtown area, I elevate you up, you're gonna be able to see the west side of Chicago, all that shit. The moment I bring your ass back down to eye level, nigga, you ain't gonna be seeing nothing but the downtown of Chicago. So it's by elevation that you will be able to see, right? Granted the benefit of the doubt. So that's the only thing they got to do, flat earthers. It's not that hard. People have reached the top of the mountain, and goddamn, the government is not stopping them from getting up there. And they always taking pictures of that motherfucker. Go up there. That's how far it is. I'm going by Lance theory of flat Earth, because that's the same shit goes without saying in an airplane, because that's what they're trying to say. In the airplane, we still see a flat plane. No, nigga, sit your ass down, buckle your seatbelt, and I'm finna bring you some goddamn peanuts and a beverage, nigga, and I'll let you know when the plane lands, nigga. Sit your ass down. Let us move forward.
I don't know what. Man, y'all got to make that work, dude. I swear, y'all got to make that work in terms of ingenuity. You're gonna have to come up with something that works to that effect. Because
why do we have to come up with
use ancient artifacts? And
I put it to you like this: those who don't want to heed to responsibility of doing anything, no, you don't have to prove anything. But for the people who got the burden of proof on their shoulders, they need to.
Didn't you do a live a couple of weeks back with you and your family out and about putting together raised garden beds?
No.
That wasn't you?
You talking about OG Philly channel?
I'm not sure where it was.
That was a men group. That wasn't I don't know how you describing it, but I guess we can call each other family. But this is a men's group. It's called Fathers Making Progress.
Okay. Right. But I just seen you bringing that to the community, right? And that was inspirational, right? I felt every bit of that, right? I don't give a fuck nothing about no flat round earth, bro. I don't give a fuck about that, bro. You know what I give a fuck about? I give a fuck about the people understanding that you can grow your own food.
I
Right.
hear that.
Right.
We got
Right.
infantry. We got people in the sky. We got people on the water. We got people on the land. We got, you know what I mean? There's everybody got a lane, and some are strong in other lanes, others are not. But
Fact.
as a collective, we make a tapestry, don't we?
Facts.
Yeah, man. Big blood clot blanket.
And this is one thing we got to know about all those elements, right? Everything that exists in each one of those elements within time. And when we're noticing and making an observation that this is what's actually happening on YouTube, right? It's just a matter of time until you turn on your own. This is why sharks turn on fish in the sea. Right?
Did that nigga just say that? That's the reason why sharks turn on fish in the sea? Let's go.
Right? This is why animals in the air, they turn on each other, bro. This is why people turn on each other, bro. Because we're in the same environment and we're not doing.
I'm telling you what I know. Rashard Flat Power is Philly OG in training, nigga.
We're talking a lot. We're doing a lot of talking, a lot of bullshit, a lot of wasting time, but we're not doing enough doing.
I'm showing you an example of sociopathic behavior. Beast Mode suffers from a psychosis. He got a little bit of schizophrenia and definitely bipolar personality disorder. He definitely got that. Yeah, he's a sociopath. He's a sociopath. Let us move forward.
Right? Right? So guess what? We become stagnant. Right? We're looking for an enemy. We're looking for a villain and we're looking for a superhero. This person got to be a bitch, or this person got to be stupid or retarded or ignorant, or I can't fuck with his information because I don't supposed to know what he thinking or what she thinking. You see what I'm saying? This is how backwards this shit is, bro. Right? So if you're not the if we're not the scientists, right? If we're not the pastors, right? If we're not the dragons, right? If we're not the high chiefs that's pushing all this fuck shit, right? That getting our people nowhere, right? What we got to do? We got to say, okay, how do we get to the doing part? What is the orders of operation? Right? I don't want to reverse engineer shit that if I ain't got shit, bro. We don't have shit. How much we busy reverse engineering all of this shit when we don't have shit?
That's a real thing you bring up. Organization is an easy thing to say, but it's harder to do.
Facts.
A control of money is something that we've all heard. It will really put a dent into our opposition, but that's something that is hard to organize.
Well, I might upset y'all.
You got it
right with this,
but
right. I don't mean to upset y'all, but I love.
Yes, I did. I meant everything that I just said. I meant to upset him. I meant to upset him. Watch what I say when I upset him.
Pointing at great accomplishments, but a prime example of reverse engineering is those black brilliant brothers down in Africa who don't got shit and they make a car out of like a table, a TV screen.
No bullshit. They do that.
That's what you call reverse engineering, sir.
And you heard Red Squid. He didn't have no other choice but to accept that because Red Squid in the middle, he bumps into that information in terms of him doing his research. And it's not even a private thing. Everybody knows that in South Africa and shit in West Africa, those niggas is very innovative and they'd take a motherfucking kitchen table and make a car out of that motherfucker. They, like with an engine and all that shit. You understand what I'm saying? Turn axles and all that shit. Like they'd take that. I don't know where the fuck they get the material from, but they will scrap together shit. That's what you call reverse engineering. But these motherfuckers couldn't take it because I said Africa. That was the word that triggered them, and that was the word that I said. I don't mean to vex y'all, get y'all upset. I meant it because I said Africa twice.
So if
Okay.
they do, hold on, let me finish. When they do get their hands on the real material, because what's going to end up happening is that GE going to see them, or General Motors, or Ford Motors, or somebody going to see them. And because we don't appreciate what values, and because we don't appreciate what values, everything else is going to lack. They're going to scoop them up, and they're going to nourish them. And with their ingenuity, we're going to have a motherfucking car floating in the air, and come to find out it was a black man who engineered it. But because y'all hate Africa so goddamn much, I just had to throw that in there. But we ain't talking about.
Okay, let's deal with that. Let's deal with that real quick, Diet, because you throw that rhetoric out there. Don't nobody hate Africa, bro. And you can say that for me in particular. I don't hate Africa, bro. I don't have no decorums with Africa, bro. I just know I'm not from there. I know that my ancestry is not from there, and I refuse to somebody that don't know shit about my grandparents, my ancestors, bro, to make that allegation. Now, I'm not saying you can't be.
Beast Mode hates Africa. He got everything against it. He is trying to shine shit and call it ice cream. Everybody knows how y'all aboriginals feel about Africa. What the fuck is you talking about? And you are included in that bunch, but let us move forward.
Be from Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? But it still doesn't change what I do know about Africa. I know Africa didn't receive its name till the 1950s. The same time.
What the fuck that got to do with T in China? That is a young man down in that continent that you hate, who's turning shit, who's taking nothing and turning it into something. What the fuck that got to do with Africa? Just got his name in 19, whatever the fuck. What the fuck that got to do with T in China, dog? Let us move forward.
Time, what came into existence?
Civil rights movement.
NASA.
Right.
I told you they gotta have somebody to hate. NASA.
Right? Scientific reverse engineering. Right? Renaming shit, reclassifying shit. Right?
So renaming shit is reverse engineering? This dude, okay, just say if it was the fifth, we all be drunk. Articulate what part of engineering that is in. Is that mechanical engineering, electrical engineering? What is it? What kind of engineering you talking about that you can spew and try to flip and change shit talking about NASA is engineering and whatever the fuck he said?
I'm not talking about the corporation of the United, right? Renaming shit, reclassifying shit.
What branch of engineering would that be in?
Right? I'm not talking about the corporation of the United States government. I'm talking about the UN. I'm talking about the United Nations. I'm talking about Center of Foreign Relations, the CFR.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm talking about shit that was shaking way before what the shit we don't even want to touch, bro. Like
they got a lot of people that's into a lot of other stuff that You know what I'm saying? That let's say the things that you listed about the scientists, the farmers, the plumbers, like if we was to get all that, let's say the people in general in America was to organize something under that, there's still these different departments that exist. And I don't even want to call them humans all the time because it's just kind of weird to me how they actually exist. Right? Like how you could be working on a road and they could just come replace the crew with a whole government sort. And we don't know nothing that happens if they don't want us to know about it. So I mean, that definitely can be on the table, like for later, and we could organize what we can. But all the while, we also know these same people, I don't want to call humans all the time, are the ones who hire people to infiltrate and to stagnate people's efforts.
Can I say this?
Isn't human monster? Is that the true definition?
It is.
Well, what I do know is that since the time that people had the chance to write things down, people told their story, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people told their story in terms of mythos or even literal. You know, they didn't bend the truth, they didn't stretch it. They told it was just what it was. Now, as these generations go on and pass on, you had other generations that came across this information. Rather, if it was voluntary or involuntary during war or during peace. But what ended up happening is that these people start writing about other people. That's like if you was a recorder and you lived in Florida for 20 years and then you go to California, you're going to start recording what Californians be doing because you already know what Floridas do. And then you're going to try to compare and contrast with that. So what end up happening is that I'm looking at this, the white man in the way they wrote history all over the world. Now you just said that the reverse engineering thing, the information today that the Aboriginals are coming out with is the same historians that fucked over Africa. Do you know that?
Okay, let's hold on. Let's deal with something first. Before we go there, here.
And I don't think that look, hey, I paused it right on time too. Look at Rashard Flat Power and then look at Philly OG. Philly OG is on top, Rashard Flat Power is on the bottom. Dog, that's Philly OG in the making, dog. Look at that shit, dude. That shit fucking nuts. Which made me lose my train of thought. So let's listen to that shit again.
Africa. Do you know that?
Okay, let's
are coming out with.
Oh, that the point went over his head when I said the same white man who wrote your history, now that you fighting back and trying to find your true history here in the Americas as Aboriginals, it was the same white people who wrote Africa history in terms of what they assume how the black man traded and the slavery and the Ivory Coast and all this shit. So why do you have a gripe against Africa? That was my whole point. And you see what the fuck he's finna do.
It's the same historians that fucked over Africa. Do you know that?
Okay, let's hold on. Let's deal with something first. Before we go there, here, that white people are what we call white people, right? They didn't write history, bro. Right?
I did not say. Hold on, man. Come on, man.
You said the white man who wrote history, right? Right. That's what you said, right? I don't want to misquote you. I want to make sure we on the same page. Is that not what you said? Or
agents of confusion, ladies and gentlemen.
Or did I hear you wrong?
You heard me absolutely wrong.
Okay. So go ahead, proceed, because I want us to meet in the middle on that particular topic right there. So go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say, and I want to get a full understanding.
Oral tradition, whether written or spoken, is recorded among tribes, among fellow tribes, rather than you are around them or you go to war with them or whatever the fuck.
Okay.
When other people come encounter with these people, they also write about what's
Okay.
going on.
Okay.
The same European white man
Okay.
that wrote Africa's history also wrote the history here. What you just now catching up to say that you're separated from a history that they wrote about long before they wrote about a history here.
Okay.
I'm not taking nothing away from the aberration. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay,
In the
I agree.
beginning.
Okay,
I
right
agree.
there, right
I
there.
agree. I understand.
Right there. Okay, now watch this. Now pause. Let's all pause, right? The books that were written by the original people are written in the trees. Books come from trees. Paper comes from trees. Things were not written down in books, right? So guess what? When they said
And
burn,
Beast, just because
yeah,
they were written down don't make them a fact.
right. So when we say family,
You hear that shit that Philly OG just said? Because if they written down doesn't make it a fact. Philly OG. Philly OG. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You too old for that. Because it's written down doesn't make it a fact. That's your rebuttal to written information. That's your rebuttal because you ain't fit to pass down an oral tradition only to your fucking daughter, you dimwit. You said you leaving her businesses. So all that written shit is, man, come on, man. Come on, man.
tree, bro. We're literally speaking of a tree, bro. We're not literally speaking of a drawn tree on a t-shirt at a family reunion. We're literally speaking of the roots of a tree, right? This is what we're speaking of, right? So and then watch this. When they burned the books, right? When all the books were gathered up, right? And they burned them, they're talking about cutting down the trees and burning the trees for what? Firewood to get through what? The winter.
Beast mode. I think that's poetic, right? I think that it may be maybe both of them, like a family tree and what you just said about trees. I think those both work. And you bringing up the trees would literally take people to a time where they was in peace with nature.
Yes,
right.
Because,
I think they
because
did.
what do we identify
books.
with when we doing placement, right? We identifying with vegetation, right? We're identifying the foods
Now,
that we
can
eat.
I say something? Because I think I overlooked this chat. Now, check this out. How can a man who cannot write you out of history?
He wrote himself into history.
If the white man,
he thought it was being slick by saying he wrote himself in. How he's gonna write himself in or out, period. If the nigga can't write, period. He thought he was being slick by saying something opposite. Because I say in, he gonna say out. If I say out, he gonna say in. Listen to this shit.
If the white man who cannot write you out of history.
He wrote himself into history.
How can he write himself out of anything or into anything when he can't write? Listen.
If the white man cannot write, how the fuck he write you out of history? Meaning reclassification.
Did you hear what I said?
This is something in the chat, Beast Mode, that he returned.
Yeah. He wrote himself into history. You see what I'm saying? He never wrote you out. How
about both again? How about both?
Listen, man. Listen, Beast Mode.
Yo,
the mode. I hear this all the time. This is a major argument. Reclassification. What's the other one? Reclassification. The removal act. I hear this a lot. For an illiterate, dumb trashy ass white man. I think
Right.
they did quite well for y'all to assume that y'all lost y'all culture. To say
Okay,
that now y'all getting it back by saying fuck Africa.
Okay, let me build with you. Let me build with you.
Whoa,
Right?
whoa.
Because you keep saying white man, right? There is
And you heard Red Squid. He know that hit. That hit hard. Because they hate Africa, they think they finding their culture here. If the white man couldn't write you out of history, but only wrote himself into it, how did you lose your culture? Why is you complaining about your culture? Why did Dwayne Wade let his son go into a girl? How did that happen? How did MC Hammer blow off $20 million? What's the concept that turns a rapper into a dancer? Straight up, man, all this shit matters. But according to Beast Mode,
no such classification, right? There is a status of white man, right? But it doesn't necessarily fall on the elbows or the knees of a Caucasian, right? It falls on under a status, bro. Now watch
That's
this.
what
Watch this.
we
I'm gonna
talking
show.
about, Beast.
I'm finna be very clear and very direct with you right now, right? Right. Okay. This is how they wrote themselves into history, right? You have a thing called the Encyclopedia Britannica.
you hear this nigga? The nigga said Encyclopedia Britannica. The encyclopedia. This is how the white man wrote himself into history that couldn't write. This is the white man, according to Beast Mode and some motherfucker in the chat room and all the other Aboriginal dumbass fucking thugs. They said the white man couldn't write. How in the fuck he even write himself into your history through the Encyclopedia Britannica? Trust me, Beast Mode is one of the major representatives of the fucking Aboriginal community. It's just that he can't hold court on his own channel. So what he do, he just participate on other people's panels. But he is a major representative. So when you talking to Beast Mode, you are talking to an Aboriginal. So let us move forward.
Right? Encyclopedia Britannica, right? Right? This is before Google. This is before YouTube. You had a thing called the Encyclopedia Britannica. What is Britannica? Britannica is another code word for Britain.
When he learned that word, excuse me, oh my God. When he learned the difference between the word and the excuse me, and the enunciation of the word Britain and Britain, that nigga went on a whole motherfucking campaign of making sure everybody he know the word Britain. I'm talking about that nigga was bringing that word up when it was irrelevant to the conversation like it is right now. Like it is right now. So he was on his diatribe saying Britain, Britain. So he couldn't wait to say Encyclopedia Britannica so he could say the word Britain. He worse than Sanchez. He is. He worse than Sanchez. But let us move forward.
Right? These are the scholars. These are the writers of Britain. This is Britannica. Britannica is a conglomeration of Afrikaners. Bro, you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
So
this is how they wrote
Yes, sir. I
themselves
know. I see exactly what you're saying.
into prestige,
No, the fuck you don't, Philly, you dumbass dummy.
right? They renamed and reclassified all the shit. They scrambled up a bowl full of eggs, bro.
are you ready for this one? Are you ready for
Then
this
they
one?
start hold on. Then they start relocating people, right? It don't have nothing to do with a Caucasian man.
He's an agent of confusion. He kept going for nothing. I even gave it a him to the point where he rests. I try to come in, he keep going. I try to come in, he keep going, and he keep going. That's an agent of confusion. It's called filibuster. You just keep saying empty rhetoric, dumbass shit, and eventually either the crowd gonna be jumped off or the person who was trying to make the point is gonna be thrown off. Either one of the two. He was going to accomplish that part of his strategy to confuse the people. Let us move forward.
Doing this. It has everything to do with an Asiatic man or empire doing this.
Okay, now with
Right?
that being
And
said,
they're still wait, just real quick. Let me land it. Let me land it. Right? They're still doing it today. Nothing has changed. They're still getting away with the shit today.
okay, now with that being
This
said,
is why the Asian is in Africa, because he ain't never went nowhere. He's always been from Africa. This is why you have a whole country over there in Africa called South Africa. And if everybody in so-called Africa ain't from South Africa, by default, that makes them what? Non-African. They were placed there.
Okay. Okay. This is okay. Going from y'all argument, from y'all basic argument,
Big
like
facts, beast mode.
okay, yeah, big facts beast mode. Slavery never happened. That's number one. So that means that
Slavery is still happening.
you said it.
That's what I'm talking about. Here go Philly OG, as the agent of confusion he is. He says slavery is still happening, but he'll say in a minute that my family was no slave. We don't know slave. They didn't talk no slave. And that other country bunking ass bitch, and her name is Copper Empress Hobart. My God, that bitch is belligerent, and a degenerate. She'll let you know in a fucking heartbeat. We was no slaves. There was no such thing as slave ships. And I said what they said. I said, there's no such thing as slavery. And here go Philly OG. No, it's slavery right now. Well, listen to this shit, man.
Never did. Slavery never happened. That's number one. So that means that
Slavery is still happening.
you said it never did.
It's still
Now you're
happening
saying
in
it
some
still
parts
happened.
of the world. And the
Okay,
Middle East, it's still
then
slavery.
slavery did happen. Okay, so
No, it
that
happened
means
in the Middle East.
He's trying his best to show his badge, right? He's showing Sanchez that he know how to move up in rank and file outside of Sir Drop. So he's being the agent of confusion because he one of the major components that be saying that there was no such thing as slavery. His family was no slaves. He ain't descendant of slaves. This is what he said. Now he's saying that slavery exists. Oh, now you want to put it on the Middle East now? Who you learn that from? So was it slavery here in America? Because that's what I was talking about. Y'all all over the place. But let us move forward.
okay. I'm talking about here in America, man. But I'm going to get over there, though. I'm going to get over there, but nonetheless, hold on, let me finish. If your play is that the white man did not do it, so you saying that the African did this over here? Fucked y'all up.
No, that's not what I said. I did.
Okay,
Look,
then. Okay. Then
you said America, right? You said America, right? So United States of America is considered North America, right? Right? That's connected to where? Canada,
hold on.
right? Wait. No.
Stop. You all over the place, beast mode.
No. Because I'm making sure we're talking about the same America.
He's not
right?
over,
You said
all over
first. You said the
place.
white man
He's
did it in America. Then you
Hold
said that I
on,
said
hold on, hold
that
on.
the
I'm
Africans
talking.
did it in America.
Okay, see
No,
now
I'm finna bring it full circle.
They cluttering the shit up on purpose. You see that shit, that filibuster? Even on this is Carpertone's panel. Carpertone. And they still acting like this shit. But one thing they can't do is mute me and throw me to the back. That's one thing they can't do. I'm going to get pissed off and start over talking and watch.
For you, bro. Look,
playing
look.
semantics.
Alaska belongs to Russia.
I'm not talking about Alaska and Russia.
I know you not. I know, but this is the reason for the idiotic conversation. Right?
No, this is for a conversation for
watch
y'all
this,
to say that y'all. Hold on.
Watch
This
what
is
that
a conversation.
Diadetic. What does that prove? What does it prove, Diadetic?
Can you stop? Can you stop?
If Alaska belongs to Russia, Diadetic, what does that prove, Diadetic? What does that prove?
It doesn't prove anything about you getting reclassified,
no
man.
East, no West, bro. That means there.
Okay,
there is no
okay.
East,
I'm
no
talking
West.
about the
That means all the
reclassification of the
land masses are connected.
I'm talking about the removal act of the Choctaw Indian. I'm talking about the reclassification of the Choctaw Indian. I'm talking about that, man. What is you doing? You all over the place.
That means all land masses are connected, bro. Remember,
okay, I understand all of that. I understand that. All right, Brazil is Brazil, Alaska is Alaska.
Okay, so how could how could you say that you heard me say that the Africans did what happened over here in America?
I didn't say that. I'm trying to figure out who is responsible for your misery. For y'all to be saying just now in 2022 that y'all don't got shit to do with Africa, y'all are Aboriginal of this land. Y'all Stop that, man! Stop! God damn!
Who's saying this, Diadem?
You are.
I haven't said that. Chat. Can you put in the chat if you heard me say anything derogatory against Africa? Because I haven't heard that nor said that.
Hold on.
You know what? Yo, Beast Mode, calm down, Beast.
Beast Mode, a bitch made motherfucker. Just like Sanchez, and they both live in Vegas. What's up with Vegas, man? Is it in any water or some shit? Why do they make bitch made ass niggas there? Why do bitch made niggas even be there? Bitch made motherfucker. That nigga didn't make no sense, man. He was illogical. You can't even make sense of it. Like I said, you can't unravel that shit. That shit didn't make no fucking sense. That was all confusion right there. All confusion. You talking about Alaska, Russia. I'm trying to talk about the white man writing your stupid ass out of history. Where did this take place? Oh, they wrote themselves into history called the Encyclopedia Britannica. Okay, now you're in Europe because he started talking about the Britons. Then now he in Russia and he in South America. I'm talking about over here in 2022, going into 23, because the shit started back in probably like 2010 or 11. Like I said, I blame that fucking Ali Muhammad. You don't know what these are charlatans. You don't know what the fuck he is. At first, he was a Muslim for the NOI, and then he looked like he faded off into some Aboriginal, not Aboriginal, Nubian shit. He was, and then he faded off to some shit that he can try to claim because nobody wasn't really on it in terms of the claim, and that was that Aboriginal shit. So he had built his name now off of it. You know, he don't fuck with Sarnetta no more. He started fucking with Sarnetta a long time ago. And if I don't know if y'all know who I'm talking about Ali Muhammad. And I kind of blame him from starting this shit with this Aboriginal dumb shit. He need to be the man that he's supposed to be and clean this shit up, but he ain't, because he's a charlatan. It's all about the money for him. He got a cult going. But Beast Mode is a sociopath. And the agency love these kind of people because you can't reason with them when you're talking to them, and all of the information that's being disseminated is all talk. It's talk. So let's not get it confused, because it is. But it can be productive talk to where we can actually put it into action. But how can we do that with beast modes and Filio G's and Rashard Flat Powers and Sanchez's and Sir Drops in the way? They literally in the way. Sonettas and shit like that. These people are like literally in the fucking way and impeding on our process and progress. And this dude, Beast Mode, like, he's a stupid, dumb motherfucker. And every time I was making a point on that white man, he didn't like that shit. And every time I stayed on my point and I didn't veer nowhere, he was getting more bitchier. And it's like, dog, what the fuck? You's a real live hoe ass nigga, man. But let us move forward.
He Smoke, because just let him finish what he's saying and because we know you ain't saying nothing derogatory. You opened up saying you ain't
This
got
still
shit
a
against
nigga
Africa.
that landed on the moon, so we get this information.
Right. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you got to throw your little anecdote up in there. And first, when I explain about the African reverse engineering, I put it in that context because I know for a fact it's tied within the community. You Aboriginals and you flat earthers. And I just put a disclosure out there that I know y'all hate Africa. Now,
Wow,
Beast Mode, he wore he wore it on his sleeve. It looked like he got hit because when dogs get hit, they holler. And he yelled and he said, "I don't hate Africa."
Bro, no,
if that's the case, then if that is the case,
is bitch ass niggas like you, bro. It's bitch ass niggas like you that I can't your nigga.
Let him do his thing.
Why you always coming with this old fuck shit? No, hold on, bro. Because
This is the second person I made cry. I'm sorry, Mental Ninja. I gotta put you out there. I made Mental Ninja cry. Now I made Beast Mode cry. Like I said, it must be something in that water down there. I'm not calling you a bitch made nigga, Mental Ninja, but Beast Mode is, and if Beast Mode from Vegas, he making Vegas niggas look bad, real bad. Because he's a real live bitch made nigga.
this shit gotta be said, bro. Cause this is some faggot ass shit, bro.
He mad,
y'all niggas is some clowns, my nigga. My nigga, you first you want to lie and put words into a nigga mouth. That's number one. Number two, nigga just gave you science 101. My nigga, if I told you all lands is connected and ain't nobody taking no motherfucking side, bitch ass nigga, that's what the fuck I said.
Okay,
give me credit for what the fuck I said.
Stop complaining where you're from.
Give me credit for what the fuck I
said. Just where you at. That's
nigga,
all.
Talk about
where you at and stop complaining where you're from.
I come to Milwaukee right now, my nigga, and fuck you up personally, nigga.
Damn,
don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth.
Whoa, Kimo Sabe, big balling is my hobby.
No, fuck all that. Nigga, I'm them niggas, my nigga.
Dude, why are you distorting the conversation?
Nigga.
Why?
I'm me, nigga.
All y'all do this. You know Sanchez does this too.
I'm me. Nigga, and ain't nobody
Sanchez
up
does
here
the same
saying
thing.
anything derogatory towards Africa or none of that shit. That's fuck shit.
But
that's
go
what
ahead,
you niggas
man.
do.
Vent, because I got you back.
Ass niggas. You don't want to deal with remedy. You want to make up some fuck shit.
You're vacuous.
Okay, so the East and the West don't exist when it comes to the Asian link to the America. All right, try to get what
Why
Beast
are you
is
trying
saying.
to make sense of that, Red?
Because what he's saying is that red, white, and blue flag that it belonged to Russia was over here in the North American
Hold
lands.
on, stop.
Is also
this
red,
is what
white,
I'm saying.
Blue.
This is what I'm saying. Red square. All right. Mm-hmm. Now put it to you like this.
I think you're talking about the Confederation.
Listen, man. I have a brother who is half Polish. His father is 110% Polish. Trust me. So I know I know the identity when it swings. When it swings, when it got that, it ain't don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swang. You gonna.
In other words, where you have couples who are of two extremes in terms of race, and I'm using that strongly here. When the baby come out, they tend to swing to the black thing. You understand me? They tend to swing to that black thing. Cause it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swang. Do-wop, do-wop, do-wow. So when the child tends to identify, it's going to identify with the black parent. And they're going to want to know how black folks get down. Get down. Who is the man with the master plan?
Gonna swing towards that black man. But nonetheless, this is what I'm trying to get to you. You got a grievance against the United States of America Corporation, how they did deals in terms of fucking you over, misplacing your people, and reclassifying. I'm trying to figure out for the life of me, is the African people responsible for this, or is they tribal men responsible for it? Because if you got a beef, I think that's who you got a beef with. Leave the fucking Africans out of this shit. So when you say pan boom
what do they have to
boom,
receive to come to the America?
fuck up,
What do
Beast
they
Mode.
have to receive to
God
come to the
damn,
America?
man.
What do they have to receive to come to the America?
He said that
What do they
Asians
have
was
to receive to come to the Americas? What the fuck do they have to receive? It's called a green card. It's called a visa. Right? It's called what? Status, bitch. Status. 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 Say it. Status. Why are they status? Why does it read white? Right? If they come from Mexico, across the border, the imaginary border, what is their status? Their status is white.
So I thought PNF Moving Company was a Dutch company. I guess I was mistaken. They are what the hell you just said. They what you call them, Asiatic or some shit like that.
Bro, just call them Orientals and get it over with. It's called status. You just call them Orientals and get it over with.
They call them Orientals and get it over with.
White and black are two different statuses.
Because the Orientals are the white supremacists over the white supremacists we call the white man. So
yeah, it's not even white, right? Because white in Latin is blanquio, right? It's black with a Q. You ignorant ass.
What are you talking about? Black with a
Nigga,
Q?
I'm showing you the caste system. Nigga, black and white are two different names.
How
but they're
do that even work? How do an economy work? How does an economy work?
One means to be to operate in the private. The other means to operate within the public. That's all the fuck white and black mean.
Just like how I told Sanchez, if you can give me your primes and composites 0 through 9, I will take you serious. Now, I would take you serious if you can tell me straight up who actually is responsible for global supremacy, and I would leave it alone.
There is global supremacy.
I'm sorry, not global. I mean, nationwide. I mean, all across the land. Who is in?
I had to revert it because they believe in a flat. So when I said globe, that kind of triggered him. So I had to bring it back.
In control of it.
Orientals.
We already said that like 9 times already, bro.
Okay, the Orientals are in control. I need you to tell me what institutions that they run.
Bro, that's what you call a Jew, bro.
Okay,
that's what you call a
The Orientals are now Jews, y'all.
Jew is, bro. This is what you call a neo-Nazi, which is a new Nazi. Okay. Bro.
So the Orientals are the new Nazis.
God damn, bro. Stop. Get off the slow bus. You don't have to voluntarily be on that bitch.
All right. Okay. I'll put it to you like this. China in the last,
bro.
I would say this. China.
Catch up.
I would say this. No, I'm going to give some context to this. China in the last, I would say 50 years. No, I will push it probably like 75 years have been moving towards becoming a superpower. The reason why they are able to become that now because they got a threshold on a continent called Africa.
Bro, they ain't never stopped being a superpower. The lie was to tell you that the United States was the super.
He's a bitch. That dude is a bitch, dog. He's a bitch made ass nigga. He ain't provide no context. He just screaming shit and hoping he right. That nigga worse than a broken clock. That nigga a clock with no arms on it, just numbers. No, it ain't even got no numbers. I don't even know how we assume that to be a clock. I don't know what he's a do nothing machine. That's what the fuck he is. He's a do nothing machine. He still move around, but he does nothing. Fucking dumbass motherfucker.
Superpower when the United States government is a conglomerate of foreigners, bro. Why all the fucking presidents from somewhere else, bro? Why is the United Nations headquarters in San Francisco? Bro, what the fuck are you talking?
So Orientals they run the institution of white supremacy.
Yes. Yes, Quinn, you got it. Go ahead.
Now, with that being said,
That was a one-liner. You got it.
Right. With that being said,
let me write that down.
I'm trying to figure out for the life of me, in the last 75 years, because I'm only 40-something years old, but in the last 75 years, this is what I do know in reading and applying. In the last 75 years, the Chinese have been making a move to become a world power. It was not a world. Why would they make a move to become one if they were already one? That don't make no mother. Hold on, man.
Have you heard of the Arawak tribe?
Stop it, man.
Have you heard of the Arawak tribe?
You hear all that fucking clucking? Dog, these are agents of confusion. If there was a world power already, why in the fuck they was working hard to become one? They worked hard on their army and their people to be communists and all that shit to get these people to follow whatever the fuck. They worked hard centuries of getting these people disciplined. They just had to take over the resource. Are the Asians as cruel as the Europeans in terms of spoils of war? I don't think so. Because there is evidence of the Chinese, who they were in the middle of the war with the fucking European, warning the black man to take his ass back home because this wasn't his war. That's the reason why Muhammad Ali got locked up, because he said the Chinese people never did shit to him. So what the fuck he going over there fighting that shit war for? There was a world power then in terms of what you think is a world power controlling shit, or were they on a move? Were they on their way making a move to becoming that superpower? Because it threatened the fabric of the white man's threshold on his world, because they heard that the Chinese or the Asian was fit to get back in bed with Africa. And when they get back in bed in Africa, that's going to be harmony. I mean, you're going to always have what they call tribal warfare or endemic warfare. You're going to always have that. Outside of that, the collective was going to be Asia and Africa. And if these two continents get together, then it's over. It's like super over in terms of what the white man think that his threshold is. That's the reason why the Chinese can come in the way they do. They didn't come in with war. They didn't come up in there invading shit. They came up in there shaking hands, making deals, and having the fantasy of what they call Western civilization or white supremacy, and kind of acting that out in terms of what the white Chinese thinks about the dark-skinned Chinese, or even the white Chinese thinking what he thinks about the African. He can't stand both of the motherfuckers. He's just as racist. But because who they know who they are, They're not going to come and invade like the white man would. So beast mode, you are in your feelings. That's number one. Number two, you don't know who the fuck you are. You don't. And in this dissertation that we was having going back and forth, it proves to me who exactly who y'all are.
Beast, hold on. Check this out. That's part of the psyop, brother. That's the Frisbee Earth and Globe Earth.
Right, yeah.
I'm a part
of the psyop. I'm a part of the psyop. Whatever the fuck case may be.
Listen. How about try this on, right? Like to paint the images that they make so that the corporation of America can seem like a world power, they hide the true world power and they give us the misinformation saying that, oh, China need to build up.
Facts. Thank you.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Now,
right.
Watch this.
Exactly.
We in agreement. You'll get it. The Arawak tribe, bro. Listen. China is what you call Mayan, bro. The Mayan calendar, not the Gregorian calendar, bro. The same shit you've been force feed down your throat, bro. And it was called Aboriginal Indigenous, bro. That's the Asian man. That's the Asiatic, bro. That's Genghis Khan. You see what I'm saying? But we so ignorant, we think it's only 75 years. Bro, you don't get power and then give up power. It don't work like that, bro. This ain't no elevator ride.
All right, beast mode. I understand all of that. And overstanding and understanding, but let me be outstanding for this moment. Please, no interruptions. This is what I'm trying to figure out for the life of me. The Aboriginal people of the United States of America, what I know as the consolidated 48 in 2 states that's off to the side, which is Alaska and Hawaii. I guess when you put those 2 together, it makes 50. I remember having an argument with my, but no, like that's a sidebar. But according to this, I'm talking about this place that they call the United States of America. The people with the darker hue that's in them or the darker skin are in a kerfuffle. And I'm saying that right, it's a Jewish word. They in a kerfuffle or some shit that fucking Judge Judy be saying. And they're complaining and it's showing from the so-called foundational Black America to the Black First, to the Aboriginal community, to the indigenous Aboriginal community, because it's 2 different ones, come to find out. Because I really blame this shit on Ali Muhammad for starting this shit. But he separates himself from the Aboriginal, calling himself indigenous Aboriginal. With that being said, I'm trying to figure. Hold on, let me finish, man. These are correct, though. These not only these communities within the diaspora, what you want to call us pan boo-boos. We have a complaint also and a grievance. I'm trying to figure out for the life of me. So we was focused on the wrong motherfucker all this time when it was the fucking Chinese man.
Bro. With all
God damn, dog. I can't say
not
shit.
being disrespectful, bro. Bro, we just broke down pan yesterday on Squid's channel. The whole word, right? You cannot be pan.
What the fuck is we talking about? I'm talking about the reference that y'all say about Africans, activists, African activists. You call us pan boo-boos. This nigga is trying to elaborate on the word pan as if it was a part of the conversation. I'm talking about it was a focal point of the conversation. We talking about how white man fucked over 2 land masses of melanated people. And I was just talking about the one here in North America. And this nigga is trying to say Last week, yesterday, we had a discussion about the word pan. Huh?
Without Asian influence, bro. Right? That means Africa, the place that you call Africa, right, is all ran by whom? China.
Now he want to say that Africa is ran by China. What the fuck is up with these people, man? They are fucking.
Asia.
They are sociopaths. These people are fucking retarded, mentally retarded. What the fuck? I made a point that I said in the last 75 years, China has been making a move on the world trying to become the next world power. And I said, guess where they are stationed at? In Africa. Now he want to say the same shit after trying to argue me down, saying, no, they ain't, no, they ain't. Blah, 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 blah. Now he's saying, they in Africa. I'm starting to hate their community. Like, I'm really starting to hate these motherfuckers because they are in the way, man, from progress and process. I'm serious. They are in the fucking way, man.
The per era, bro. Per Russia, per Asia, media Persia. Bruh, this is all the same shit, bro. Romania. Bro, this is all the same shit. This is an empire, bro. This ain't.
Let's listen to him go from Pan to Romania.
No state per Russia, per Asia, right? That means Africa, the place that you call Africa, right, is all ran out, bro. Bro, we just broke down Pan yesterday on Squid's channel. The whole word, right? You cannot be Pan without Asian influence, bro. Right? That means Africa, the place that you call Africa, right, is all ran by whom? China, Asia, the per era, bro. Per Russia, per Asia, media Persia. Bruh, this is all the same shit, bro. Romania. Bro, this is all the same shit. This is an empire, bro. This ain't no state control. This ain't no none of that, bro. It's none of that. All that so-called faggot ass history, right? Right? Indigenous, you got to go back and look up the word. Aboriginal, you got to go back and look up the prefixes of the word original. What it would be the prefixes? Ab, opposite, taken away from what? The original. Meaning what? Meaning what? The first time you heard Aboriginal, right, came from Australia, right? Because a certain group of people forced another group of people to an island, right, where they conducted incest and they procreated. This is why.
This is the person who participates on that dude Chief Holiday's panel, Sisters Bethy's panel, Aboriginal TV's panel, Root Words panel, Sanchez panels, Big Philly Dog OG's panels. Now, I haven't seen him lately on what's name panel, but he used to be on Huey's panel pushing this fucking garbage that he's pushing right now, and he's getting worser. Something is rotten in his brain, or he is becoming a agent of confusion, sergeant or lieutenant. I think he's moving up in rank and file because this nigga has gotten worser from the time that I originally heard him on Huey versus where he at right now. And because remember, this was 6 months ago. I haven't probably conversed with Beast Mode since this time. And me reviewing it, man, it's letting me know, it's validating the shit. That nigga is a fucking sociopath. Yeesh. That nigga is retarded. Fuck borderline. That nigga, he's moderately retarded. He ain't mild. He ain't heavy. He's moderate. He's moderately retarded. And because he know how to use the 8 elements of speech, people can assume that they're having a conversation with this dude. Those are the best agents. Those make the best agents of confusion. The ones that don't know that who they are. That's the Bucky Barnes. You know, you whisper 6 words in Bucky Barnes' ear like Tin Can and Salamella and Blue Sky. Next thing you know, that motherfucker a super soldier.
Their features are so strongly resembled. Right? This is the same shit that happened in Africa, bro. Africa ain't nothing but laboratories for what? Scientific experiment on what? Groups of people. From where? Asia, bro.
All right, well, Asia did it, and we was focused on the wrong motherfucker, so I guess we got to now refocus, huh? At the same time.
No, we wasn't focused on nothing, bro. What we were trying to do was move the bullshit out the way to get to the real shit. Now we have got there in
So fuck Nanny of the
2022.
Maroon. She never existed. No, Nat Turner, all these motherfuckers, these people who had revolts against tyranny and mistreatment and all kinds of shit. So none of that shit in your word where you explaining it. What's the last part? What's the last part of Caucasus? What's the last part of? Matter of fact, where is the Caucasus Mountains? It's in Mongolia, correct?
I'm not
in Mongolia, correct? Right? How do you identify a white man? You call him a Caucasian, right? Right? What's at the last part of Caucasian? What's the last little syllables that you saying at the end of Caucasian, bro? What's the last part? Asian, ain't it? Ain't it? Is it not?
Yes.
So when we was focused on the Dutch, because they was the worser of the slave traders and the Spaniards, we was focused on the wrong motherfuckers. I'm talking about this. Hold on, man.
The Chinese had pirates for thousands of years.
I'm talking about the people who control the fucking market. It was not Chinese loading Africans onto a boat and shipping them to the other side of the goddamn country. It was none of that. Napoleon was Napoleon an Asian man? Was Napoleon remember he owned Louisiana? Remember Napoleon owned Louisiana for a while.
Yeah, but listen, hold on, Didac. Hold on, be smart, Didac. Hold on. It's a possibility Napoleon didn't really exist because the number one artificers of false narrative come out of Asia. So this is how you get slaves on a boat. You tell them you got something for them.
How the fuck you come up with a font? Hold on. If Asia run it, how come we not writing from right to left? How come we not writing from down going up?
Because they don't want your ass.
I think it's from
That's
up
why
going down.
they do not want you. They're not trying to share shit with you.
Shut up, man.
No, you shut up. You've been running your motherfucking mouth. Check this out.
No,
this
I
is
have
how
not.
You get slaves on a boat.
No, I have not.
Listen, I want to say how you get slaves on a boat as an Asian. As an Oriental, this is what you do.
Why do we write left to right? Which way we go? Which way do we go?
Listen, Didac, you going in the pockets ain't got shit in it, brother.
Left to right. Why do we write left to right?
Wait. Yo, check this out, Didac. How in the fuck would you sit there and say that because Asians was running slavery that the slaves had to write Chinese? Ain't nobody say that. All they got to do is promise them money. Promise them a place to stay. Promise them a contract that will be fulfilled when they get off the boat on the other place. That's all you got to do to get people on the boat, brother.
No, you talking silly.
You think
how you gonna record? You gonna record keep with that?
You think they're gonna keep the record so your ass can investigate?
Fuck yeah, they're gonna keep a record.
So you can investigate?
No. It's a record. It's ledgers. It's amount of people that is accounted for.
You know that
they gotta name them and all that shit. Register.
But guess what they gonna do?
These niggas, man. I got Brandon HOTC in the building. This shit crazy as a motherfucker.
Bro, it's beyond crazy. I've never heard a group of black men before in my life that hate being black or hate the continent. It's almost as if, brother, that they'd rather have Africa be a continent of white folks and the only black folks. So let me correct that term for while he's saying black, people of color of a darker hue to be only in America, because it seems as if like it'd be better for the conversation than there to say, well, the white man got all the gold, the white man got all the diamonds. Why we don't have, like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, do these brothers understand that that continent, all the vast resources on that continent, as we speak, if niggas watch the TV and paid attention to politics, they had a summit in Washington, D.C., where all African world leaders were in D.C. because now America late to the party because they're seeing China's making a move to make friends to be able to come in politely, like you said, with handshakes to use the resources for their country. But yet you have the Arab, the European, and China man all doing business. So
You broke up at that last part.
hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
But we, black folks in America, we don't, you have niggas that say, oh no, fuck Africa, fuck this, but they don't realize, brother, that that continent is waiting for us to come over there and network with them. We the only people that's not trying to do that. But you have brothers like this giving more credit or credence to, well, I won't even say credit. It's like they not even, they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. Because the fact that they don't even understand politics in this country, how can they speak from a perspective of the people on the continent when they say F that continent, but yet they say, well, we are aboriginal to this land, we had this and this, but they can't even validate or show any proof of it. Any proof. Any proof. So if you had all of this structure and organization and you had these empires and you had this culture, militia, how were you defeated by the European, so-called European? How? And like you said, all this time we were mad at the white man, and it was the Asian. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
So now we just lost fucking 300 years of revolution and Nat Turners and all these fucking heroes and shit and Benjamin Banneker's. All this time we had after we was focused on the wrong thing.
Bro,
So
no,
now we got
well, guess what? Them brothers would be sellouts. Let OG tell it. Your Benjamin Banneker's, your George Washington Carver's, all these great men of renown of that 300 to 400 year history, these are all sellouts. So it goes on to say, bro, it's like as if they want to stay in this slump, dog. They not with progress and process. They rather live now from the jail cell. The warden is trying to hurt us rather than if the warden open up the gates to let the prisoners out. They don't want to go out, bro. They don't want to be free. They'd rather complain about the conditions of the prison and be who's the first one to know all the dimensions of the prison and, well, this food is bad, but you know you have a whole continent over there. You know that, right? You have a whole continent over there. Bro, there's places in Africa that make Dubai look like New York City, bro. No bullshit. There's an island off the coast of Africa that's hooked up to Tanzania. Bro, and it's a sea of black folks that look just like us, brother, living prosperously. But so you got dumb motherfuckers like Filio G and Bro Sanchez. Oh, they living in mud huts and living in skirts. No, bro, those people that still live that way, they hold on to what you would call the African gears. They hold on to an ancient way of living. But the vast majority of the Africans on that continent, bro, they live like us. They look like us. There's billionaires galore in Africa. Millionaires galore in Africa. So it's like, what are y'all talking about? Like, where do y'all get y'all logic from? And then, like you said, they get it from their sister Bethy, Aboriginal power, that Empress, whatever motherfucker, whatever. So it's like y'all talking all this shit, but y'all ain't going to no town hall meeting to give y'all jurisdiction and y'all jurisprudence and none of this shit. Y'all ain't got y'all own police force. Y'all ain't got y'all own fire department. Y'all ain't got y'all, but y'all on YouTube though. Come on, bro.
And you know where they got that shit from? That shit, like Sister Bethy, she old enough to know about this shit. It was a P.O. box in Pablo, Colorado, 81009. Don't ask why I remember that shit, but I remember it. And it was for that feed the children shit. And they used to show the kids in Africa with the bloated stomach with the flies and shit on their face. That's where they got the image from. Because that's why when I was young, hearing that commercial, I always thought that Africa was poor.
Bro,
And not knowing that it's places in America, as a matter of fact, shit, it's like right across the street from where I live, or my next door neighbor, or even us, where we didn't have something to eat. No, not a bloated stomach and flies on our face, but we was just as hungry.
Brother, guess what? Am I coming in?
Yeah, you in here.
One of the most richest countries on the face of this planet in resources, even just rich, is in the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. All these brothers on here talking all that BS, brother. If it wasn't for what all the precious metals that's under the feet of them brothers and sisters under their feet in the Congo, we would not have any computers, the chip that's in all your cars, none of that stuff. So when they say these are people that's flies and all that stuff, we got to remember something too, brother. A lot of what they were showing us in Africa with the kids with the big bellies and all that stuff is because it was a misproportion of funds back then.
Oh
Because
yeah, definitely.
there was no cameras, there was no Facebook and YouTube and social media outlets to show these people being savaged and raped by other countries coming in to take the resources, because these other countries were showing them the currency, the dollar. Say, hey, if you you let us come in and get some of this oil, we'll make you billionaires. But you understand, these people in these countries, brother, they didn't have no need for the money because they had their currency, their wealth was the resources of the land. So when they showed those pictures of, oh, look at this poor person and whatever, these motherfuckers don't know about Accra, Ghana. These motherfuckers don't know about Kigali in Rwanda. They don't know nothing about Zimbabwe. They don't understand that just 2 months ago that there was a geological survey by Africans, not the white man, but by Africans in Uganda, where they discovered 1 trillion tons of gold that they say to take 1,000 years for it to all be mined out of the ground. They don't know about Kenya and Nairobi. Bro, you know how many, they don't know about all the black billionaires in Africa. That even the Pope and some of your world leaders of other nationalities outside of black people come at these people's feet, but they got you hating Africa. Where the people in Africa love, they say, oh, the Africans don't like black folks. Bro, they mimic everything we do. See, they turn the camera to Africa and show us the pot bellies, but over there they turn the cameras to us and show us with the rappers and all that. Bro, you know, exactly. Bro, they got the black woman over there now twerking, not understanding that that form of dancing was already within their culture, but now it's sexualized. So now black women over there in Africa that was always part of their dance, now they're using it to sexualize themselves because they copy the black women over here. You got the black brothers thinking it's cool to be rappers, when these are black brothers and little black boys that was, like you said, reverse engineering. I saw, I'm gonna let you talk in a second. I saw a little, an 8-year-old young black kid. I think it was in Sudan, where he, for the people in his village, because again, we're talking about people, bro, that infrastructure is not in place. They didn't have any shoes. So this young brother took old tires from trucks and made sandals out of them. You had a young black brother that reverse engineered little motors and stuff and started making remote control cars for little kids. So when they say ain't nothing in Africa, they stupid, they poor, bro, you were talking about people, bro, that actually can survive longer than us in America because all they are surrounded by is the nature with the resources. It's just the fact they don't have the infrastructure, they don't have the bulldozers, they don't have the cranes, they don't have the things in place that they need to take those resources out for themselves. Whereas then we're trying to say, hey, we can get we good. We don't need our money. We got the cats, we got the excavators, we can get it out ourselves. That's the issue. And dumb niggas like Red Square who ain't even black and Beast Mode who don't know what the fuck he talking about will stay in the conundrum where they at. And I yield.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. And that's crazy. Yeah. This what I would say on the because people will assume the worst of the situation in terms of how Africans can take a resource where we take it for granted and throw it away, and they make the very thing that company started off with. Because people don't know that Goodyear started off making soles for Converse. They was not a tire company at first. They used to make rubber soles for tennis shoes. So now here's the full circle. And people will say, well, they don't got nothing else down there by design. And just imagine if we had the same resources as Goodyear, what would happen? And people cannot fathom that in terms of what they think about Africa, because it's beast modes in a way. There are Aboriginal powers, Aboriginal TVs, Top Cats, Supreme Chief, the Gullah Geechee, wherever the fuck how you call his name, Philly OG, Sister Bethy's, all these motherfuckers, the Dane Callaways, these people are in the fucking way. All right, find your history, leave African out of it, unless you can prove that Africa had everything to do with y'all plight. I'm talking about the Indian Removal Act, because y'all hang y'all hat on that. Because if you talk to Philly OG, who regurgitates everything, he always say, we've been reclassified. Okay, there you hanging your hat on that. Who did the reclassification, the Africans or the Europeans? According to Red Squid, who is muffing the fucking conversation up on purpose because he's an agent of confusion, and Beast Mode just riding along because he's an arbitrary agent because he don't know what the fuck is happening. Now they telling us that the Asians did it. That's why I was so frustrated. Like, God damn, you mean to tell me that we wasted all our time focused on this white man, knowing what the fuck he did to us, the boom, wham, boom. You understand, the 90s rappers and shit that had this huge back to Africa movement, to say the least. All that shit was done in vain because it's the Chinese who got all the power. China got all the resources. It was Orientals or anything that ends with Asia, because that's what they were saying. I'm saying, God damn, where's these shit? These motherfuckers, man, are so frustrating. They are. They frustrating.
They hate themselves, and it's so sad, bro. Like, I'm privileged to was raised in a way where my dad and my mom exposed me to a lot of stuff, and that was some points in my life where I did believe everything I saw on TV. You know what I'm saying? Because I grew up in a way where, hey, observe, take it all in. But then as I started thinking and reading and all that stuff, I started to realize, bro, everything what we see on TV ain't true. And then as I got a little older and started networking with some brothers cross seas in Africa, bro, it's not what we think it is. You understand what I'm saying? And
I know that. And I don't even have to go to know this.
And for brothers to say that slavery didn't exist, are they serious?
Bro, they dead serious. And when I was trying,
go ahead.
When I was trying to bring that up, you heard Philly OG talk about, slavery do exist. I'm like, which one is it? First, y'all, because I hear you about to say slavery don't exist because that be one of their main focal points and they talking points about aboriginals and shit. They'll say slavery never exists, that Africans didn't come over here on slave ships. And then they'll get real spooky with it and tell you that we the ones that brought the white folks over here, they was called Slavs. That's where the word slave come from. I said, God damn, man.
So are they saying that so their argument is Europeans, the Dutch, and none of these other people had ships that brought black people over on them, but yet they can bring themselves over because you hear them talk about, oh, you know, the Homestead Act when, you know, they was bringing all the European, like what? So what? You can't have it both ways. Now, granted, did they bring slaves on ships? Yeah. Now we got to understand this too. Most motherfuckers don't think that they didn't have bathrooms and all that shit, of course, but the methods and the way they was bringing slaves over here in the beginning stages was very, very barbaric. But as they realized, well, shit, we can't pack 1,000 motherfuckers on here because we gonna lose a lot of them. So they were like, well, hell, we can't bring that many. It's just like saying, like, you know, if you know that you can't fit so much inside your trunk, yeah, you don't want to go make 2 or 3 trips, but it'll be more economical fuel wise and for your goods to break that up. Now you talking about 400 years, bro. This shit. It was estimated that I think they say maybe over the course of 400 years, maybe 300 years, that over 150 million Africans made that voyage. And out of that 150 million, they say over the course of 300 years, they say about 70 million of them died at sea because of diseases and all other shit. So for niggas to say, oh, no, that wasn't true, like, are they serious? Then how the hell you think the Europeans got over here? These motherfuckers are coming to this motherfucker in droves. Think about it, nah. Okay, when you talk about your history, when they say, well, the Moors built this, the Moors did that, okay, you dumb motherfuckers. If that be the case, and we built the kingdoms and the houses and all that shit in Europe, we were the ones who did it, don't you think you would want to take the motherfuckers that had the know-how and the ingenuity to do that shit on the ships? No. So it's like you can't have it both ways. You can't have one argument without having another argument to support their argument. Because the whole point of it is that when the so-called European man came over here, he didn't have the ingenuity to excavate and erect buildings. Since y'all give all the credit to the Moors and y'all say the Moors were of melanated, okay, that's not going to take away from the people that was already over here. Did they have a darker complexion or of some complexion? I would say yeah, because as karma may have it, as history may have it, I would go on to say and jump on the limb and say that the influx of Hispanics that we see coming back into this country are the people that experienced the Trail of Tears and got kicked out.
Hey, I said the same fucking thing a long time ago. And as a matter of fact, that's so fucking funny that you said that. And, you know, just to share a little something, it was once upon a time, my best friend, we fell out. I the one that found him. You know, he passed on. But to bring that up is that I had this talk with him when we was delivering papers. We were young delivering papers. And he didn't know where he couldn't separate Brazil from Africa. No bullshit, because he thought Brazil was Africa. And I said, no, this is where Africa is at. So we had a little competition, and I proved myself to be correct. And he was like, man, you right. He used to tell me, man, you smart as a motherfucker. And then on that same fateful day, I was talking about the migration of the Mexican coming back here. I told him, my theory is that they were here, this is their home here in North America.
Mm-hmm.
This is their shit. Our shit is down in South America, because that's where he was saying where Africa was at. I was like, if there is of us belonging to this landmass, I told him it was Peru, Panama, Ecuador, all these South American countries that sits right on Mexico going leading into America, but going down further south. Because when we were young, you know what I'm saying, Brazilian women were exotic for us as we were young. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? And he thought they was from Africa, but they were Brazilian. You know what I'm saying? That was the Afro Latinas, in other words. You know what I'm saying? Because he was going through a Puerto Rican phase. He was loving Puerto Rican women. And yeah, we used to talk about Latino heritage and history. And I swear to God, dude, see, that's what I'm saying. Great minds can think alike, and they do. It's funny that you said this because I thought the same thing.
It only
That,
makes
oh, go ahead.
I ain't mean to cut you off. It only makes sense, Dad, that you see, like, well, we understand this, bro. Even when we say Mexicans, they don't speak Mexican, they speak Spanish. Spanish is Spaniard. When you go to Spain, they speak Spanish. That's the tongue of the Spaniards. The Spaniards didn't learn that tongue from Mexico. The conquistadors, you know how niggas know y'all real history. So when you talk about the Mayan and the old Mexican, those were people that shared the same type of mind frame when they were erecting structures. You understand what I'm saying? Now, was there mingling in the ancient times between the people of higher hue color? Because yeah, when you go to Brazil, outside of Africa, I think it's statistically said that outside of Africa, you'll find the largest population of people of color that look like me and you, or even some or darker hue like some of my brothers in Haiti. You understand what I'm saying? And even so much so, where a lot of the cultures and religious values like the voodoo and all that stuff is intermingled. But when you talk about the Mexicans that we see coming back over here, right? What we call Mexican, and you look at some of the ancient depictions of the Mayans and the Olmec and those people, they were short in stature. When you look at the true Mexicans, I'm not talking about the European Mexicans that we see on Telemundo and all that with the real light skin, like the Colombians and all that. No, we're talking about the real deal Mexicans that's about 4 foot, 5 feet at most. Them are the same people that you'll see depicted on some of these ancient structures in America and in South America. So it's almost as if, not almost, but it seems like the universe is correcting the history because they were shit. We gotta let these people back in. This they shit. This they shit. You see what I'm saying? We the dumb motherfuckers that's stuck on stupid, not knowing that we got a whole continent over there that's in vast resources. And like you said, that once the Chinese, the Arab, and the European take hold, we're fucking through. There's 50 million of us here. 50 million. Think about all the black sisters that can link up with some of the African sisters over there, right? That do have just as good as the sisters over here and link up. Think about all the black brothers over here that can link up with the other black brothers over there and all the great work we can do. Think about the young black boys over here that got highest IQs in America, and some of the young black boys over there that's reverse engineering shit because they getting stuff from the scrapyard and building freaking miniature cars and all that stuff, and there's like a dynamic door. Just think of that. But we're so stupid. We want to claim everything that's not black. We want to claim somebody else's shit, not our own shit. Because guess what? If truth be told, the Dogon tribe is responsible for the constellation of the stars and all of that. But we don't do that.
Hey, speaking of that, Dogon,
Mm-hmm.
did you see it from the beginning to the end? That Sanchez shit.
I saw some of it. I caught it at the late part when you texted.
Okay. Whoa. For the 14 million people in the building, I'm going to give you a precursor on what took place today on Sanetta's Studios TV. All right. It's obvious. You know what? I'm not going to talk about me in this one, but something is going on to where Sanchez is now finding himself having a covenant with Sanetta when it was just 2 years ago, he laid it on Sinetta thick, calling him the devil, Satan, and all kind of shit, calling him all kind of shit. So now this is his third appearance on Sinetta. The first two was him disseminating that bullshit information. And the other one, he just lightly participated because he put it out there saying, we looking for new debaters. But all the same people showed up and hit the link. So you're not looking for new debaters, Sinetta. You're looking for me. I'm sorry, y'all. I said I wasn't going to make it about me. And with that being said, today's fiasco that took place is so crazy, right? Not only that he contradicted himself on what he believed in, but it's almost a match made in heaven in terms of my breakdown on him on Jesse Lee Peterson's show, because he said out of his own mouth that the native or the Aboriginal here was barefoot with grass skirts on and shit like that. And in the same breath, on today's show, he said that I'm going to prove that we was more than grass skirt wearing and barefoot and bones in the nose. How are you going to prove that these people are better than that when you just put these motherfuckers in a category on Jesse Lee Peterson show? This dude is he's clever in what he does. He's sneaky. I think he is in touch with his demon, but that demon is weak. Trust me, it's weak. If I face him anywhere, he will. Trust me, that nigga will run. But with that being said, yeah, today was a motherfucking stream for your ass, and I'm gonna break that shit down to its compound. Yeah, and I seen your part on there when you was asking him about the Hebrew cosmology, and then you asked him about the ancestors. You see that one size fit all. That nigga gave you a one size fit all. Them britches. Remember in Color Purple? They didn't call them pants. They called them motherfuckers britches.
Hey, real quick. I'm at the fire station. I'm finna go on the 911 call. If the stream's still going, I'm gonna chime back in, but I gotta go take this call real quick.
All right. Good show. But yeah, considering that, y'all, yeah, he gave a one size fit all answer when Brandon asked him about where you get these shit from in terms of your ancestors. He said everybody, so that including bums and drunks on the street. Because if he thinking in the days of antiquity there was no drunks on the street and bums like we know today, you are sadly mistaken. You mean to tell me you talking about all your ancestors because you had people who were deviant and downright dirty in terms of what they did. And some of them didn't even have enough sense to have an intellectual compass, nor they have a fucking moral compass. These are your ancestors too. So who are you really talking about? Who information, what clan? Because pertinent information is going to point to a certain school of thought. For instance, just say if we bumped into information about relatively, I'm saying the goddamn word wrong, the gravity formula. So if we bumped into that, it will point us to a school of thought of Albert Einstein, to say the least, right? We know that the ancestor Albert Einstein wrote the theory of gravity, okay? Or it would go from him, and he will reference to another person called Sir Isaac Newton, saying that's where he got his information from him to come up with his information. And them sources will keep pointing. So where's your ancestors even? Give us a date and time, because when you say pre-dynastic in terms of what you're saying in terms of where you get your information from. That is a wide net. Where do it stops? Where do it start and where do it stop in terms of you getting your information? So when Adam and Eve was told by God, because I'm trying to tell you that Shakespeare wrote the Bible, so that was like in 1400s, 1500s. So when he told the story of Adam and Eve, what are you talking about? Them ancestors? Did you get information from Adam and Eve, what it really means to bite off the tree? Or did you get the information from what's his name? William Shakespeare. Did you get the information from him? Who wrote the King James Bible? Because you love coming out of that. And when he asked you about the ancestors, you couldn't fucking answer the question. Yeah. So with that being said, you know what? I'm finna take a little. What time is it? It's 11:22. How long I've been on, y'all? I've been on for 4 hours and 36 minutes. I think I did a pretty good day. I had a pretty good day in terms of what I wanted to break down. Like I said, recapping. I'm finna recap. Today's stream was titled, Got These Dudes Irate from the P. I call myself the P for several reasons. I ain't going to get off into them, but if you put the P with the irate, you get pirate. So pirate always steal people's loot. So I took Biggie Smalls, understand me, I took his saying about give me the loot, give me the loot. I'm a bad, bad boy, because that's exactly what I am. I'm a bad motherfucker, boy. I'm a bad motherfucker. And the reason why I title it that, because I bumped into some information that I felt like I should share with everybody, because this was a argument that I had between Beast Mode, Red Squid, and Philly OG. And you see how I handled myself in this. Yeah, it got loud, but I was under control. I didn't veer away from the motherfucking point, even when they was talking about something else. Because I indulged in some of the conversation when they veered off. And with that, it was done right. And I had these niggas vexed to the point where they was cussing me the fuck out. And as a matter of fact, I think it is some more here. So what we're going to do is listen to the rest. Let me shut the fuck up.
Dude, they're going to hide it when they're done.
This is a Chinese system, y'all. I'm letting you know now. It's an Asian system that the caste system is Asian.
So you're saying that they can't throw away after they done transported slaves, they can't burn those ledgers, right?
The chattel slavery is Asian.
Okay, let me do it like this.
Look up Chinese pirates, and I'm done.
Right. No, wait. Hold on, Squid. Hey, look up Asian Moor. There you go.
Okay, what the hell are you talking about?
Because
when I mentioned the Hmong people, y'all didn't know who the fuck they were.
Who is y'all, bro? Who is you having these conversations with?
You did. You,
bro,
Red Squid, all y'all.
Lie, bro.
All of y'all.
Bro,
only a hit dog will holler. Only a hit dog will holler.
Listen, bro.
But it's so many people I gotta say all.
This would be good for your health. I
don't mean all of y'all.
Stop putting me in y'all.
Bro,
hey,
you niggas didn't know nothing about the Hmong people.
by myself, bro. Stop putting me in y'all, bro.
More Chinese.
The only person that I game bang with is my wife, bro. Stop putting me in y'all.
Okay? It is you. All y'all.
No. It can be me. It can be me. Bro, but it's not no y'all, bro.
I ain't from Africa.
Bro.
I'm from Crenshaw Mafia.
It's me, bro.
Yeah,
it's me, bro.
Mode, you from Crenshaw Mafia, Beast Mode.
Ain't no
Beast Mode, you from Crenshaw Mafia.
It
Ain't
don't
no
include
y'all,
me
bro.
and y'all either.
Ain't no
for real.
y'all, bro.
Y'all, fuck is wrong with
Ain't
you,
no
man?
y'all.
What you mean? Red Squid, you looked it up to find out who the Hmong people were. When I
Nigga,
said
I knew-
Hmong, when I
nigga, I knew who
said
the-
Hmong, when I originally mentioned the Hmong people with Beast Mode, he said, fuck a Hmong. Who the fuck know anything about a Hmong? I'm talking about us.
I said fuck them all.
We was talking about
But you were talking
agriculture.
about
I
growing,
said for
vegetation.
anybody
I
who
brought
has
it up.
any
brought-
Because it fell on deaf ears on Coppertone's panel. Here in Milwaukee, we have a Hmong community. There's at least 1,500 to 2,000 of them motherfuckers here, right? Considering that they brung their agricultural skills here. They start taking over the community gardens. Oh my God. So with that, my mother, who was a community gardener and also a hobby farmer, she had close relationships with some of the Hmongs. And me being who I was, a delinquent, my mother used to try to keep me out of trouble by putting me in the garden, and I didn't like it, but I still had to do it type of shit. And I seen the Chinese people up in there, and they had skills because my mother used to talk about them having them skills. So I brought this information up on Red Squid's panel. I think it was Red Squid. And I talked about how if black folks trying to get back into agriculture, there is a culture of people that will gladly help us in that, in terms of teaching us how to, or reteach us on how to cultivate, and it's the Hmong people. He said, who the fuck is the Hmong? Man, fuck the Hmong. I'm talking about us. We can do it, us. We know how to do it. I was like, God damn, when I heard that shit. So here it is, it's full circle. And this is what I was talking about. Because they were talking about who is a Moorish Asian or some shit. And I said, y'all didn't know who the fuck I was talking about when I say the Hmongs. And the Hmongs are considered to be Moros. They are the Moros that fought in the fucking war. Nigga, they was the one coming out of the holes of Vietnam, nigga. It was the Hmong who was doing that. Dumb fucker, not the Vietnamese.
Brought it up so that I can see, so I can show everybody what it says, right?
Nigga, we don't need no Hmong to show us how to grow
listen,
fruits
that
and
old
vegetables,
Hmong shit,
nigga.
everybody,
Y'all
if you do any
motherfuckers don't know
research on
shit.
China, the Hmong people is a part of that.
Y'all
What's the
cannot
point?
shit on Chinese philosophy.
Now, this shit
Y'all
is out.
can't do it.
Yeah, but I
Find a
can fuck you
relationship.
up,
No,
though.
hold up, Beast Mode. Find a
I can do that,
relationship
though.
with the Hmong
That's what I
people.
can do.
Find a relationship with the Hmong people and Moors, and then I'll be listening. But if you just say the Hmong people, that don't mean shit to me because I already know who the fuck they is. Right?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I did
Stop
know.
your mother. Stop your.
Didact.
You're
I've
lying,
been using.
man. Now you're lying. You just outright lying.
Now you're a fucking meatball because I done made a slide
God
about
said
this
I'm a
Hmong
meatball.
bitch from years ago, brother.
No, you didn't.
Right? How you gonna tell? You know what?
Because-
Fuck you, meatball. Go ahead.
See,
Say
he
what
was
you want to say.
hey, this motherfucker
You a
is
Hmong god.
You
wouldn't have
hey,
looked
this
up
motherfucker, this is
Hmong.
what he
Nigga,
ain't about
you
no
wouldn't
building.
I
have
use
looked
a
up
Hmong
Hmong.
picture. I use a
Let that
Hmong picture
motherfucker
with an
go, bro.
African picture, like from 3-4
Come
years
on,
ago.
man.
Bro,
Y'all
let
got
that motherfucker go, bro.
All right, let him
just like
have
a
Hmong.
hey,
You
just
want
like a
Hmong,
photo.
let him have it.
You know,
Let him
I
have
will.
He
This
needs
will
something.
revisit.
Throw that
This will
motherfucker back,
revisit.
bro.
Now,
This will be
link the
revisit
That
Hmong
motherfucker
people with the
tell you, bro.
Moors. Do
This
that.
will be a
that
revisit
motherfucker
like
tell you.
photosynthesis.
Yo, the
This will
Hmong
be a
people ain't that
revisit.
exciting. They're
This
not
will
that
be a
exciting.
revisit. This will be a revisit like photosynthesis. Because remember,
Go ahead. Just go ahead.
photosynthesis
Speak
was
on
not.
the Hmong. Fuck
Fuck your
photosynthesis.
photosynthesis, nigga. How
What
about
you
that?
mean? Yeah,
Talk
because
about
I'm trying to tell you,
Fuck
none
your
of y'all
photo and
niggas
fuck your synthesis,
knew
nigga.
what
That's
the
what I
Hmong
mean,
was.
nigga. Fuck
That's
your
what I'm
photo
trying
and
to
fuck
tell
your
you.
synthesis.
Let him
This
have it. Let him have
overshadowed
it.
shit.
If he want Hmong, let him
This
have
shit
it.
How
is
about that,
ridiculous, dude.
Nigga, I'm telling you, I'm gonna bust your
This
shit, my
shit is
nigga.
ridiculous.
Know that, nigga. Go scientific fact check
Yeah,
that, nigga.
I
I'm
know.
gonna bust your shit.
You know what's making
I'm
a
gonna bust your
comeback?
shit, nigga.
studio gangsters making a comeback.
No,
you know
nigga,
that.
no, nigga, I'm
They
gonna
never
fuck you
left.
up on your mama's
Studio
life,
Order in
nigga.
the
gangsters
court,
On your
never
order in the
left.
mama's
court,
life,
order in
my
the
nigga.
court.
When
Order in the
I'm
court.
soon to see you, nigga, I'm fucking you up, nigga.
Order in
Nigga,
the court.
and that's on everything I love, nigga. How about that?
Order in the court. All of this got this far over information I dozed off.
Salute, Capitone. Y'all need to, hey, these little niggas that sleep at Toys R
I
Us, man, y'all need to let
thought
these niggas go,
Gangster
bro.
Studios died
Y'all need to let
a
these
while
niggas go,
back
bro.
when they try to
These
kill
niggas
Autotone.
ain't nothing. Ain't good for
But I
nothing but
see
sleeping there
that
and being
Autotune is
part-time
still
toilet paper, my
alive,
nigga.
like Gangster
These
Studios.
niggas
Gangster
is
Studios
phony,
are
these niggas.
still
These niggas
alive,
is
though.
straight phony. These niggas is actors. These niggas
They
is
are
actors.
alive and kicking,
Nigga, you
boy.
a straight actor. Hey, nigga, come meet me in
God
Cali, nigga.
damn, dog.
Hey,
What the fuck?
Dad, come meet me in Cali, nigga. I ain't your TCU, nigga. Nigga, come do that.
Hey,
Nigga, I'll make you an
this is the
honorary,
part of the show.
member, nigga. Come do that.
Hey, go first.
How about
Don't
that?
nobody
No,
take over
hey,
Elder
fill up your
If
Bud here.
bucket.
somebody
And
is
bring
ahead of
Part of the
line,
show.
hey,
This
fill
somebody
up
ahead of line.
your bucket
Hey,
and bring
somebody
your
ahead
ass,
of
my
the
I
nigga.
line.
have a heart attack at work. So maybe
Hey,
I'll come
you
here.
got another
Yeah,
appointment before you come see me.
This is the
Nigga,
segment.
no,
You got
man,
an
nigga.
obligation.
This
You
is
got
you
an
and I.
obligation before you
This is
come
you
see
and I.
me.
Remember, ain't no
This
day.
is the
Ain't no day.
cardiac
Ain't no day.
Din
Why is you
Ain't no
always
day.
talking
Association
Papa
Ain't no
John?
day.
rematch. Mental Ninja, what's up, man? Hey, man, you
Thank
Ain't
you.
no day, nigga.
jump in there
Nigga,
and
ain't no
start
day.
screaming to make your
Nigga, ain't
point
no
heard.
day, nigga. You
At this point, it get real redundant. He just studied threatening me. I'm telling him he got another person ahead of me who is Mental Ninja. He made a threat to Mental Ninja saying that he was gonna meet him in front of I think it was the strip, somewhere off the strip in Las Vegas. He never came. Um, Mental Ninja went live twice to show you that the nigga wasn't there. First, he went live when he showed up on time, waiting for Mental Ninja. And then, like an hour went past, and he went live again in the same location. Said, "Look, Mental Ninja Beast Mode never showed up. Beast Mode never showed up. So, Beast Mode, you had somebody ahead of me, which is Mental Ninja. Before you even see him, before you even see me, you got to see him first. You just lining up ass whoopings, huh? I guess you make sure your bases is covered, because if he don't get his hands on you, I guess you want me to whoop your ass because you tough and you talking tough, and this was 6 months ago. So you can imagine today, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to go ahead and end this stream. Like I said, I am so happy. I am so grateful that y'all all are able to show. Special thanks to HOTC Brandon who had to run and do an emergency. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and close this stream out. And I see y'all next time when I'm breaking down Sanchez and Sarnetta. Please do not miss that one, because that's going to be good. It's going to probably be probably be Saturday or Sunday when I break it down, because I got to write meticulous notes on this one, because he said a whole lot of shit, including this shit right here. And I'm going to end it with this just to give you a precursor, like I said, of what's going to be taking place, because this is who y'all follow as y'all master teacher.
I believe in a globe. I know what y'all thinking. I thought he was a flat earther. I want to say something today that's probably going to shock Sarnetta. Brother Sanchez believe in a globe. I know what y'all thinking. I thought he was a flat earther. Man, I believe in a globe. I don't know what they told you.
I don't know what they told you. And with that, I'm going to say good night, and y'all be safe. And I love y'all.